I've got you. Got me?
Yeah, and that connection blends, between that one case and then here at the Brown University or here in Providence, is always to try to
Hey, I've got you. Got me?
insurance so that authorities can properly investigate and not just
You're the best. Thank you.
per se. And that's why we're also seeing delays here in this press conference. Where the officials, authorities here in Providence, including elected officials and police and council, updates almost every single day. And so the difference here, if there is any indication, is that they're trying to get information out here and try to disseminate that information correctly, and so that they're not during their own investigation. As much as they can. Now, this delay in the press conference here, do you think this means necessarily that is any sort of confirmation of a link to school?
I just want to try the key to make sure we're still on one.
Yes. Brown University, if anything, it's just basically you're waiting to see what sort of update they have.
Okay, you got it. You're the best.
And right now, everything's very fluid at this time. And the only thing that has to reason also, the fact that we have two cases in which a shooter or a murderer is out there and there has been no arrest of a suspect yet, that also is keeping the community here a little bit on edge, not just Providence, but also in Brookline. So the answer that please give out here this evening can either absent that nervousness or that frustration, or you could also help calm some of the questions.
So you can see it's more
What we're learning is that it's definitely not happening at 4. It's very fluid. We don't know what time this press conference is going to take place. And, just something to keep in mind with all of these new developments that are coming down right now, you can only imagine the questions and conversations that officials are having behind closed doors. Yesterday's press conference brought a lot of concern from community members, but also questions about how the investigation is being led. And I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of new questions asked here today. So what those conversations look like, all of these new developments now on the table, now a possible connection. They did tell us about another person that they're looking to question on top of the person of interest that they have now identified, which we're learning through sources. So there's a lot on the table here. There's a lot to digest, which could possibly be why this is being pushed back right now. But no specific time frame, no specific window on when officials are going to step up to that podium and give an update, Carrie. Questions, Carrie, a lot of questions here, minute by minute. Our chat is going off with producers and everyone back in-house, and just everyone here kind of asking themselves what's next, what's going to be the update, what are officials going to tell us here. And just the room is, we're all having conversation, kind of talking to one another, trying to figure out what exactly could come out of this press conference. But again, that is all up in the air right now. And again, no official time, Carrie. There's a lot on the table here now with, this connection. You spoke to Bob a couple moments ago, and I think there's a lot of concern with the community over the last few days about this person possibly being out there, and students going home for the holidays and campus kind of being quiet right now still raises concern as to where this person might be, where that other person that they're looking for might be, what's connected, what's not connected. Just a lot of information coming down minute by minute, and I hope that they digest that here today, Carrie. There's just a lot to digest here.
I think about North Attleboro and in Plainville. As yesterday, there were numerous tips, and numerous rumblings among people that lived in the area that federal agents were there and law enforcement from here in Rhode Island were there knocking on doors,
All right.
tracking down tips.
Okay, you got it. I'll have the mic here just in case, okay? But I'll stay on.
Looking for law enforcement, looking
You're the best. Thank you.
in those areas to bring you that information. But again, right now, we are here at this press conference that was supposed to start at 4. A lot of new developments, moving parts. It's not going to start at 4 o'clock, but we will be here as soon as the press starts and bring that to you live here on air and on the WCBB app. We'll send it back to you in the studio. They did not clarify then. There's a lot going on right now here, and nobody really knows. And at some point this evening, they said that the press conference will happen, but they have not said right now that it's canceled, or they have not given an exact time as to what time that will happen. Thank you. Thanks, Emma.
But nothing on the what I talked about. Yes.
This one is blocked so many times.
No. What's that? You go ahead and, I'm not, if you have time, you can have it, if not, don't worry. I got B12.
What time is it?
56.
I haven't mic checked or anything. You guys have me back there?
That's why we don't see things until.
Are they going to do mic checks or just doing the?
Brittany, this time let's understand here. Someone's a little bit of separation.
Okay.
Wasn't in your shot, right?
No, you weren't, but
I'll do that the whole time.
the voices too, you know, right next to each other.
I haven't. Testing 3, 2, 1. This is Dan Drayton here at the news conference. That's not happening. This is how it's done, okay?
Yeah.
Do you want to call that thing and see if she can do a restaurant that's affected? Oh, that's not my source.
You got it. Thank you so much. You're the best.
Oh, no, no. Oh, okay.
Brittany, did you hear that?
Sorry, guys.
They're gonna go to you first.
Were you pretty good?
Just for the group, if anyone arrived after Chrissy came in to make an announcement, it's not going to be starting at 4 p.m. We're going to be pushing it. I don't have a time yet, but we'll be back down as soon as we have any information, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody.
1 second, the producer's gonna
I
repeat
don't
that
have
to
a
you.
time yet. I'm sorry, sir.
They're coming in with the force.
No, I promise you.
just said we're clear. I think they're
There, it's not-
Boomer just said we're clear. Well, the show is clear. So
I'm just gonna text them.
yeah, I think you're good.
All right, so just to be clear, for people that were expecting a news conference coming up at 4 o'clock this afternoon, that has now been pushed back, and we don't know the exact time. We asked officials if they could give us a more specific time, and the officials will be coming out there. We're unable to get that answer at this point in
Old
time.
diet.
What we can tell you is that this
Caffeinated.
hour, according to some news
Then right as
sources,
we were coming on here,
Well, hey, Tim, as you can
spokesperson
see
just
behind me, this
announced
news
that
conference is
and
not happening.
confirmed
It's actually
no
been
4 o'clock
rescheduled or
news
pushed
conference.
back.
It has
It's
been
been trying to don't know yet.
that
And that is
we
actually a
don't
good
know
sign because sources are telling NBC10 that this investigation is now moving at a rapid speed. And I can confirm through my own independent source that authorities have zeroed in and have identified the person of interest in the Brown University shooting. Again, a source telling me that they have identified the person of interest in the shooting at Brown University. That is major news coming at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Also, another source is confirming that police are actively investigating whether there is a connection between the shooting at Brown University and the shooting in Brookline, Massachusetts of MIT professor Bruno Guerrero. He is a physicist who's well known for his study in plasma and was gunned down in his apartment in Brookline on Monday night, dying from those injuries on Tuesday, leaving behind a wife and children just days before the holidays. Now, this comes, of course, just 24 hours after authorities released new images of an individual that they wanted to talk to. This is the individual that came in close proximity with the person of interest before that person of interest took off running down the street. We don't have any word right now if they've made any progress on reaching that person or identifying, although the image of the individual is very clear. People around town must know them if they're from around town. Now let's go to the suspect now. Again, authorities released this images on Sunday rather, and now my sources tell me that they know who this person is. Motive? We don't know. Was there the same shooter in Brown that was in Brooklyn? We don't know. So again, it's still an active investigation. What I can tell you, Tamara, is that the reason why this news conference has been postponed is that when this news conference happens, I'm told by sources that they're going to have major information about this case. So this is going to be one of the busiest days we've had since the shooting, and we have the iTunes Brian Crandall is here, Mike Cirillo. We have tons of people on the ground. We're going to bring you live coverage all night long. Hopefully, we can bring a closer look at what's really happening here in the investigation. Tamara?
Hey. Let me see what we can do next. It's going to be short. It's not going to be long. Okay. All right, you got it. Okay. Anyone? Figure. But I'm here. No, I know. We'd have to leave this here. The computer's still in the car, right?
Yeah. Same thing.
Okay.
Huh? No. Do you need to walk by?
Can I sneak by?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wear this to.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you're good.
I just need that to go to the guy there.
So they're aware of the misalignment? They said that they're going to fix it.
Yeah, it should be good.
Yeah.
Your log is not going to but like your log is so
Okay, that might mess her up.
well, I mean,
Yes.
okay, so I'll get that for you. I got it.
No, sir, they not.
Log in as if you're logging in your computer, username and password.
So, if you want to add me, we're on the same line, I'm listening on out. Remembering that. Are you right out here?
That's okay.
Oh, that's what, you know, being screened.
What are you doing? Changing that.
Well, I thought you were going to
No, you were going to
Could you help me with this? I'm trying to get this to just go around. Just go around this. Just. That's good. Just no, don't use it. Just wrap it around.
Yeah, they said they would have the mixed minus fixed.
No, it's good.
I just needed more length.
Well,
I know. You want to look at the video, you just click
I got it.
that'll show you the script.
Okay, we're about to be up, Matt.
It depends.
Matt.
If you click like this and you go with the mail, you'll go to like, I don't know, Erica was doing it. Somewhere. But if you want to just see your script, whatever they write for you, you can go find it.
This is yours.
Always. We had a couple of those. I just want to We brought an iPad. We might as well use it. Can I either have it show or I can have it show programs. I want program instead. I know what they are. Because I can give a program on it.
Yeah, this is great, so I can.
Okay. Yep.
Right now, I just wanted to get on my computer. It's not dying or something. I'm just trying to figure out why this is back up.
Yeah, well, Rachel, we just heard from Ted, and I think what he said is key here, right? There's activity right now in the state of Massachusetts when it comes to this investigation. Over the last few minutes, let alone hours, we've had multiple developments in this investigation. And I think something really to note here is that there were a lot of questions during the press conference yesterday, whether it was with the FBI or the mayor or the colonel of the department here. And a lot of the concerns were about phone data that, and community concerns about local business impact. Where is this person of interest? Where is the gunman responsible? And should there be fear, Rachel? That was a really good question there to ask, is should the community be fearful of where this person is right now? But I want to make the connection with what Ted just said. He said that there's activity in Massachusetts and that FBI is on scene. Yesterday, during that press conference, we were told by the FBI that all field offices throughout the United States were informed that this is a high priority case and that this person needs to be caught. So it's ideal that they are on scene right now where that activity is taking place. But there were also a lot of questions surrounding surveillance in this investigation. 1,200 cameras here on campus. We heard reporters ask as well, me as well, even Arlitza Pappas here, asking, what happened with the camera footage? Where was this gunman? Did he enter from the front of the building, from the back of the building? A lot of questions still up in the air that hopefully could be addressed when that press conference does happen. Again, we don't have a timeline on when that would be, but you could imagine right now, Rachel, what it looks like outside of these doors as officials tried to gather and kind of connect the dots here of what led to that possible link between these two shootings. 2 students lost their lives here. 9 other students were injured. This has now gained national attention. The nation is grieving with these families just ahead of the holidays. So there's a lot of questions that officials need to answer here, and thoroughly, because there's a lot to unravel. Rachel. I mean, Rachel, we heard from someone who knew Ella Cook.
4 o'clock news conference that was supposed to happen 20 minutes ago is actually going to happen right
Well, here's what I will say, Rachel. This is more of the chatter and conversation that we've heard. We're now on day 6 of this manhunt, and this is the most conversation we've had in this room over the last couple days. Obviously, because we haven't really gotten any leads from officials. We did get that surveillance footage, and we know that they're also looking for someone else to question in connection to that person of interest. But we really had little to no information that could lead to a helpful tip for officials. Now we have a load of information that they need to decipher through, right? And now there's going to be a lot of questions. What led to the link between these 2 shootings? What is the update on campus? And was surveillance part of this connection? You know, there's just a lot to unravel here. And like you mentioned, you know, now 2 families are preparing for an unexpected goodbye. We know that those 2 victims are Muhammad Aziz and Ella Cook, and we know that they were 2 very involved students here on campus. So this grief goes very, very deep. And, you know, officials did say that a lot of agencies are part of this investigation. It is indeed a manhunt at this time. So for this press conference to be delayed, it's definitely understandable, but I do feel like it is going to go on for quite some time when they do have, you know, the capacity to come in here and address all of us in this room about what information they found, how they obtained it, and just what exactly comes next here. What are the charges? Have they spoken to the other person that they are looking for in connection to this person of interest? What exactly led them to now have activity in the state of Massachusetts? FBI on scene, like Ted just said. There's just a lot happening here. And like I just mentioned, day 6 of this manhunt. And on the 6th day, Rachel, is that we're hearing all of these developments. So you can only imagine the conversation that's happening behind closed doors right now. Whew. Thanks. You're the best. Thank you.
My camera is just swamped. This is too old.
gonna stay here because I don't know when they're gonna.
Right, so in the wake of these new developments of this person of interest who's been identified, we don't know how they're gonna take that information and forward it to us and to the public whenever that happens here. But keep in mind, and we were talking about this over the past several days, investigators, especially here at headquarters, that have been coming and going, and we heard the colonel yesterday talk about local police, the state police, and 9 federal agencies that are now involved in this investigation. So as they get this information, there's enormous amounts of information that they have that they are just not interested right now in sharing on the public. You heard the Attorney General over the past couple of days here, basically saying that they don't want to jeopardize their investigation. They're really confident that the city is working, they're confident that they can prosecute this person, choosing these words very carefully, but they want to tip their hand to this person. And now, if they know who it is, and they don't know where he is, or if he's monitoring any of this, they're going to be even be more careful not to give out specific information that they don't want him to have. So, to your point, where do they take all this? We don't know how many tips this all generated with that second person that they put out yesterday compared to the person of interest that they were looking at, the minors that they have in custody, or not in custody, that they've identified. And the fact that they don't have that person in custody, that's the case right now. You have to assume that that person is considered armed and dangerous. Where they are, how they're connected to what happened here, is there any connection to what's happening in Massachusetts, all those issues and all those questions, will they be answered here? We don't know, because one thing's for sure, the people here speaking aren't going to jeopardize the rest of their investigation or anyone else getting paid. They want to try to contain this person, stop them. Keep that. I don't know, maybe. There's one right here. I just lose my mind. 10 minutes. You know, I know there's the better way.
I said to them, I'm like, I better ask. Mine doesn't fit. That same day, that the one that doesn't fit, they go away. So there's someone in Rhode Island working on it. Don't think I had that. It's not fixed. Make them jump. Make them jump.
It's much easier to rip them to lock for
Across.
Yeah.
Can I sneak across?
Hi.
I'm sorry.
You're all good.
That's not That's not
now it's gonna be a 3-hour press conference. And the best part is, the only problem is his backpack didn't come up with power, so I have it on battery. This doesn't take too much battery.
Thank you.
And the lights on power as well.
Once it's back, I guess I can
So what else do you
go charge my stuff. I'll be back.
Brian, you're in the show.
It's the backpack has a kernel battery, but remember this has a kernel battery. Most cars has 4 computers and it's super hot. Great. So perfect. No, I know. Sometimes it's like wait like 30 seconds. It auto-pays. Yeah, we're not for another part. So I see you replace James. That's the yeah, are you always, like, every time you post a photo, you're like, Estefan's a good replacement.
The working Dan? Yeah.
He's the OG Estefan. He was here before.
Yeah, I just started room that's like that light's making it really hot.
She's at our place.
And then Brian is supposed to be.
She reminds me of it all the time. Why? Like,
Well, I was just going to say it's actually
she said she likes this, she tries this dirty smile.
I think that worked.
Yeah. Hey, your buddies are here. Look, matching too. They plan that? Go ahead.
Get it?
Okay. Sure. Testing 3, 2, 1. Testing 3, 2, 1. Stand.
Brian, I'm good. 3.
Hey, Emma. Can I say what happened? Hey, Emma, Brian and I are going to talk a little bit before we get to the MIT video, so I think we're just going to talk about what we kept from people. So I don't know, double box shit or whatever the hell you're doing.
I can hear you.
Yeah, so we'll talk about the MIT guy. We'll make it clear, but he has some stuff he needs to report, and then we'll make it sure.
Sounds good. We're after Emily.
No answer.
We're going into the 4:30.
I know, but then, yeah, it's like,
I don't know. I
I was like, no answer.
You want to go through this? We have time.
All right, here we go.
behind this press conference was delayed from 4 p.m. as its original time to who knows right now, really just waiting for that.
No, Tara. They said that it's not going to start at 4 o'clock. I can't foresee this starting any time before 6 o'clock, and maybe that would be early. But again, I have no confirmation on that. But hearing from our sources, this investigation outside this room that's only noisy because of our army of colleagues here, it's pretty quiet. But out in the field, it's working at rapid speed. And again, I can confirm with the Associated Press reported through a source that told me that they now have identified the person of interest they believe is that gunman. Yeah, I think Brian Crandall has been working his sources this afternoon, and he joins me here in the press briefing room as we wait. And Brian, what do you think of that?
Well, if we start roughly right, so we are 30 minutes past the 4 o'clock hour. News conference here is picking up. You're supposed to be but you can see there is no university this year, and that is not happening at Target. After they come to the air, we don't know why now again. And another thing, all these which has several birds not just in Providence, but also in Massachusetts as well.
Yeah, I think that Brian and I are pretty close to reporting a possible link there, but we don't have to get that nailed down. But let's talk about the MIT first. This happened Monday night. We're talking about Bill Lorero. He is an MIT professor who specializes in plasma studies, and he was murdered at his apartment and then died of his injuries the day after in Brookline, Massachusetts. So Saturday night we have a shooting at Brown. Monday night we have a shooting in Brookline. And now our sources are saying that it looks like we're actively looking at the links. Right. Now this is overshadowed, which was our strongest lead this up yesterday, which is the individual that came in close proximity of the person of interest. I haven't heard anything about that on my sources or from people in my sources.
Yet again, how that came to I get as right.
Right. Yeah. So that's where we stand right now. So the man that we first saw, we described as a stocky-built 5'8", who, you know, I called him last time a man of mystery because, I mean, how do you walk into a university in a busy neighborhood and pull off something?
That's right. This press conference was supposed to start at 4 o'clock. Understandably, it has been pushed back. We don't know the exact time right now. That's because law enforcement agencies have been busy tracking down leads across multiple cities, towns, and this investigation that's being done in Massachusetts. So we do know that. Again, we have so many questions that we want answered within the
okay, so Tamara, just so you know, and for people at
and we are
home
here at this
or
press
watching,
conference. We asked those
this is
questions
reporting
by
in real
to
time.
get those
Brian has
answers for
an
you.
army of
And as
agents,
soon
I
as
have
the
some
press
sources
conference
here.
starts,
We're working
we'll
with those sources
hear
are also
the
here for us to give us anything that makes sense
So
of
it
this
has been pushed
investigation.
back, but right now
We are
we have
actively
not
on our
been
phones,
given an exact time as this press
so we can
conference
give
will
the
start.
NBC
Again, we are here and we are ready to ask those questions that everyone wants answers
So
to
we'll have the latest
regarding
thing at
the
5
latest
o'clock. Unless that press conference starts at 5, I'll buy you a Coke if it happens to be 4 o'clock, right? All right, Tamara?
Brian, stay there, we'll do your follow-up.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm dead, by the way. I'm sorry. All right. Is it?
Ellie.
All right, nice to meet you.
No update.
Makes sense. I thought you were going to say something. Let's see. What else was I going to ask you? Oh, I was going to tell Brian. See, plan with the press conference. It's called. Yeah, but it. Hey, Brian. Can you let audio know so when the press conference starts? So when she asks a question, she'll go through his camera. So then I'll go through that. Okay. Yeah, so Brady's questions for Professor 3. Thanks, man. And I don't tell a lot of you.
You want to just keep wearing that?
You got it. Yep, all good.
Oh, it kept beeping because it was trying to find her. Yeah. Oh, you do? Oh, yeah. Good idea. Grab yours. I'll just point this.
Okay. I just recorded on it, so I'll be back. I just put it up. No, you're gonna record my back, so I just recorded. I'm getting back to
Do you need to get through? Yeah, you got it. Mm-hmm. You got it. I'm hearing exactly those developments that we've seen come in minute by minute, and I think something I want to bring to the attention of all of us here is that in yesterday's press conference, officials said they had little to kind of no information on the background of this person of interest that they're looking for. I'm curious to understand what developed in the last couple of hours that led to now this activity in Massachusetts and the FBI and that activity that we're seeing in a completely different other state. I kind of want to know what led to that pursuit for answers somewhere else. Officials here saying that they're using all of their resources. And one thing that they did mention is that they're doing old-fashioned police work. That means door knocks, talking to witnesses, also talking to students who were in that classroom at the time of the shooting. And just a lot of connections here that are still yet to unravel. And, like Bob just mentioned, a lot goes into, a warrant being served. So at this time, they're sitting with a lot to kind of comb through before they step up to the podium here, which we're still unclear at what time that will be, to dish out that information. Rachel. I do want to tell viewers, if you're tuning in right now and you have a lot of questions, we have the same load of questions, and that's going to be addressed when officials step up to the podium. But Rachel, when developments are coming in minute by minute like this, you really have no control over things changing, again, second by second. So we are really doing the diligent work to confirm these details, confirm this connection, what led to officials now being on scene and that activity happening in a completely different area. Everything that we are walking through minute by minute, we're walking with you as you're watching at home. So it definitely takes time to decipher all of these details, which is exactly why officials haven't addressed the media yet here and why that press conference has been delayed. We're waiting for answers. I know everyone in this community right now is grappling with, the tragedy that happened. This is now day 6 of this manhunt, and we're getting a lot of answers, and it's all kind of coming in at the same time. So just like we are digesting all of this information, we're also digesting what questions we want to ask officials and what led to now this warrant, like we're being told, and this activity in a completely different state. There's just a lot going on right now, Rachel, that, I think leads to this delay. I don't think officials are going to come into a room, full of questions that they can't answer. So I think they're trying to it's sort of like this spider web of answers and questions that they have to organize bit by bit so that they can communicate that properly. Whew. All right, guys. You got it.
I just heard someone try to talk to me like that. Try to talk to me? No. They're trying to talk to me. Ryan, were you just trying to talk to me? Yeah. What's our years? Yeah, she would be listening on mine, yes. Yeah, he'll listen on mine, the one that she's on currently, but she'll ask, audio will go through Jimmy's. Hey, man. So, when the presser starts, listen. for whatever reason. I don't think so. So I guess
Well, the headline is shooting the city.
right. Yeah, I mean they'll roll one.
Okay, you just do it now?
Sure. I'll ask Brian.
You're gonna be here.
Okay, Brian. Just check on it. I used to watch us the show, so yeah. I would just sit here. All right, Brittany, they are rolling on the lines. Okay. Whenever you're ready, I'm on.
All right.
Okay. So rolling whenever you're ready.
And the massive investigation now spanning across 2 states. Now stretching. Sorry.
And then just make sure you wait. Skip some pattern.
And the massive investigation now stretching across 2 states.
That's good. Great.
Okay.
No, we just so we go around and stand by. You walked off. You walked out.
You'd be my phone. Your phone be my phone.
We still have 13 minutes. I'm just moving into my little spot.
Good right here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
How you doing?
Getting a little tired.
I know. I'm so sorry. I took your Pepsi.
See, I think you needed it a little more than I
really
did.
needed it.
So you know what? Merry Christmas.
Thank you. That was really nice to you.
You're welcome. I'm just like, just kind of wondering like what the plan is. Like,
Yeah. I'm
Night
assuming
side
they're just
people
gonna.
or are we-
I'm sure there's night side, but the
Right,
question
right.
is, Brandon and Siobhan are already running around the Boston area.
Okay.
I don't know if they're gonna send someone. They should send someone.
I'm just wondering if someone's coming to relieve us or if we're just stuck here until this happens.
Yeah, I'm happy to stay.
Yeah,
just
I mean, I
want
don't,
to know.
whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, like, whatever. We'll get through this.
Let's all get Antonio's pizza.
Oh, is that sliced pizza place? Oh, that is.
Kind of far from here though, so that's the cops. Where's the best slice? Sorry, I'm not standing in front of your camera. This is my camera. I was just talking about pizza and how much I could use some. Now's your time.
I know, I'm doing the kind of
Is there a vending machine in this?
I didn't see one. I didn't go upstairs, but it said there's no authorization, so I'm just gonna go up there. But I know. There's gotta be. I've got almost every courthouse has a vending machine. I'm young water. Can you please? It was busy when I barely had time to even eat the sandwich that I made. I did scarf it down though.
Good.
So I'm okay on it.
Don't do it, it's not good for you. We'll be here for.
Can you do this thing, the like this, and you have
But not right now.
Hey, Steve. Elsie says, be prepared for multiple
Don't
hits.
do it.
They might have found the car. We will need to kill. We might have to just fill. Yep, right up.
Which means it's probably
Thank you.
So yesterday we did the playing with this yesterday before they played with the lights. They didn't do that this time, so okay. So.
Right, identified but not located Adam, so that is obviously a concern because he has to be considered armed and dangerous. We do know from the past several days from news conferences here at in Providence that the colonel has said several times that this suspect who they are looking for remains armed and dangerous. They never found a weapon. They found other pieces of evidence, obviously, at the scene of the mass shooting at Brown University. But what they didn't find was the weapon, and that is of concern. Now, as you know, they lifted the shelter in place right now. We have no idea, no information. They're planning to put that back into place right now. And we have no idea whether that person that they're looking for, this person of interest who they've identified, whether they're still looking down here in the wagon, or whether the focus is not shifting
Oh, yeah.
to
Here, I'll just scooch this way up. A skosh.
Sorry.
You're good, no worries. Hi, Ethan.
No, I'm on the side.
Hey, I'm here, guys.
Maybe monitoring social media, maybe monitoring news casts just like this one. And so they're just being very careful about what they say. That's one of the reasons I think
So I'll hand it
happened here 55 minutes ago.
Testing 3, 2, 1. This is not going to be on camera. Already did the mic.
Started coming to tell you here in Rhode Island and word about this sort of connection.
That's off right now, so
I'll just basically put on hold here for the public. And now we just wait and wait to hear what they intend when they come down here and what they intend to say, what information they intend to give out to the public, because they, just like everyone else, they know they're not just talking to the local media here, they know they're just not talking to local residents here who remain on edge and are deeply concerned and saddened by what happened. They know that this information is going to go across the nation and well beyond that, because everyone, after so many every move of this intense manhunt, they know that everybody is anxiously waiting for information about who this person is and where they are.
There will be, but we're not first.
I'm good. You got me? Yeah, you got it.
Just let me know if I'm too tight. I don't know where to go.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, you can't go right more right.
Just
We're all good.
Exchange, Sudbury. That's from here. Fight back, direct and see. I just can't help myself. Google Fanny's closed Tuesdays for restock. No, that's the ad that you ran.
You remember.
When you hear it enough.
Yeah, I know. I remember.
I do direct and see.
Wait, so remember, that was a person who was near the person of interest that the police were trying to connect up with. They said that person who we saw, and in that particular case, you could really see that.
Okay, you got
I will
it.
be fully ready.
Yesterday, wouldn't say whether it was a man or a woman.
You're not first.
Wouldn't say
What I need to do is set up
You've got it.
for you.
they believe that person was in proximity to this person of interest. Again, we're now recording.
Hello, testing 3, 2, 1. This is Dan Drady.
I'm not stressed.
Right. That wasn't being put out for good reason. So we don't know these two images yesterday by putting them out to the public what they played earlier in the week. They mentioned that after they put up the first images of that person,
We can't get your shot. If I were to pay,
then
you get further.
yesterday.
Okay.
But you could reference another camera that's set on it.
On the record, speaking of law enforcement, sources off the record behind the scenes for AA, but no one has spoken about the impact of, to your point, who that person was and whether that played a role in what's been happening over the past couple of hours here. And where they made this connection to identify this person, but again, not being able to locate that person, that sort of ramps things up to a whole different level right now. Because now that that person, who's still on the run, still on the loose, and we don't know where they are, now that they know, that we know, and the world knows that this person has been identified and we've seen that person's picture, there are concerns, and they want to be extra careful that no one else gets hurt here, and they certainly don't want to engage with this person. They'd like this to come to a peaceful resolution and nothing beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, David, Lisa, we are here at Providence Police Headquarters as we have been pretty much every night this week, waiting for an update that was scheduled for 4, although we've been told multiple times it has been pushed back until when we don't know because of this flurry of new and encouraging information in this investigation. Now, before this afternoon, when we broke the news that sources say the person of interest has been identified and an arrest warrant issued for them, the community here was really feeling pretty very down about the fact that potentially this
Patrice and
investigation
Emily, Brian and I are coming on the air at this hour with some major breaking news. Tonight, sources saying that they have ID'd the person of interest who may have shot the gun. And this just in, breaking right now at 5 o'clock, my source tells me that they may have made the connection through an overdue rental car found in the Boston area. Again, we are breaking this news right now at 5 o'clock on NBC 10 that they believe the link may be connected to an overdue rental car found in the Boston area. Again, so that may be to explain, Brian, how they connected the Brookline angle. Again, this is all sources. As I said earlier, Patrice and Emily and all of you at home, we're working our sources literally as we're live on television. So we want to report things responsibly. You've got some information too.
Yeah, and part of this was that using the building all day. The first hearing that there was a person that they ID'd, and then that they would be working potentially with the killing and chief professor on Monday, which on Tuesday, so they had no evidence, and now they're saying that they are there.
Dr. Mary Ellen, who you just heard from, said that that's paranoia.
Yeah, so we're talking about the MIT professor Marrero gunned down Monday at his apartment in Brookline, and then later died in Brian and I are currently here with major developments that are actually unfolding right now as we speak. We can confirm at NBC 10 that authorities know who the man is, and they are zeroing in on it. 2, we can confirm that they are looking for a possible link at Brown University. And now just breaking at 5 o'clock, my sources, 2 sources who I've been working all afternoon, now confirm that they may have made this connection due to a rental car found that was overdue in the Boston area. Now, Brian and I are also hearing about some activity in the, what do we call it, southeastern Massachusetts area, but we cannot yet 100% confirm that it is tied to this, but that activity is happening right now. So we have crews that are heading there, but we want to be responsible for what we're reporting, but it appears, though, that authorities have their man, and they may be zeroing in on him as we speak. No.
Still in Rhode Island.
Right.
So that's
Guys, we're going to get this
and people have been speculating what link there may be between the MIT professor and the classroom and France. We don't know that yet. I mean, was advice DNA is thought to be seen as but they needed something to match it.
Exactly.
Was there DNA
Or the rental car. Right. That's that. Again, Brian and I are reporters. We're not experts. We've been covering a lot of these.
That's right.
We're just going to tell you what we know. Just one more time. This is breaking as we know that authorities know who this are, and they are zeroing in. My source said, quote, zeroing in. We know there's a connection, or we're looking into a connection between Brown and MIT, and now I just was able to break the fact that they believe this connection is tied to an overdue rental car found in the Boston area. That's what we got. And Brian and I are hearing that there may be some activity in the southeastern Massachusetts area. We haven't 100% confirmed it, so we're not going to report it, but that's what we have. Right, and if this is happening right now, Patrice and Emily, just so we can plan back to the station, I don't imagine, because I haven't seen any of the big wigs walk in this building, I can't imagine this press conference happening anytime before 6, probably more like 7. Because once if they do have luck in this case, if there is a ring, they have to kind of formulate everything before they come to see us.
No, definitely no time frame of when this press conference is going to start. We did initially, like you said, Rachel, we're told it was going to start at 4. That has now changed. But of course, we are learning all of these new developments, and that's coming down minute by minute, which could be definitely the cause of why it's being delayed. I think one of the questions that I have here, we've been in this room 2 days now. I've been in this room 2 days now. Arlita Pappas has been here, since the inception of everything, and we've been kind of covering the basis of what these questions look like for the community and concerned parents. I kind of want to know what development happened over the last couple hours that gave this background for this warrant, for now this activity in Massachusetts to just happen. You know, this happened over the last several hours. So what were those puzzle pieces, like Ted just mentioned, that led investigators to this area? And now, you know, there's a lot that needs to be answered here, whether it comes to background, what the FBI's steps were. I know during yesterday's press conference, the FBI did say that, you know, they're deploying all of their resources and that every field office across the United States was informed about how this is a high priority case. And one thing that they did mention too that I do want to bring up is that all of their resources were expedited. So you can only imagine the work that's happening behind the scenes. There's a lot of chatter in this room, but outside of these doors and in a location that we still don't know or can confirm yet, there are officials combing through evidence, trying to get answers. We are now on day 6 of this manhunt. 2 students were killed. 9 students were injured. Ella Cook, Mohammed Aziz, those were the students that unfortunately lost their lives in this case. 2 families now grieving the loss of their loved ones and preparing for unexpected goodbyes. There's a lot of questions surrounding whether, you know, the person they're looking for and the person they want to question either know each other. Is there a connection there? Now that we're learning about this connection between these 2 shootings, what exactly was that puzzle piece that led to this warrant? We spoke to Bob, you know, just a little moments ago, just about what really goes into a warrant and how much extensive information and evidence you need to obtain in order to serve that warrant. So what exactly led officials to this step, another step in what has been days-long investigating, days-long gathering evidence, whether it's physical DNA evidence, you know, phone data from the FBI, whatever the case may be, even surveillance footage that was handed over by the university. What exactly led officials to make this decision and say, no, we have a warrant and we're going and we're you know, going to this location? What exactly, you know, spearheaded this move here? There's a lot of questions on the table, Mark, Rachel, that need to be addressed once officials stand in front of that podium here.
Dan, I'm going to change the batteries now.
Same thing.
Probably looks like the same thing. Good.
A lot of talking, question asking, chatter, you know, trying to confirm with sources, just trying to get a point of view of what it looks like outside of this building as officials comb through evidence. So the questions that we have, the questions that viewers have, if you're tuning in right now, those questions that you're asking yourself, we're asking them too. So what we're learning, you are learning with us, and we're going to make sure that, you know, the right questions are asked and everything is addressed, and what we learn you will too, minute by minute. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot to unravel. So I'm sure it's going to be a long night. Thanks, guys. You got it. You're the best. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just waiting. Just like people come tomorrow, positions for people. Oh, okay. That's what he does. Yeah. I'm surprised I see
Yeah, you can go to the other side.
So there's a lot that needs to be addressed here today. It's going to be a long night, but just patiently waiting for officials to address everyone. Thank you. All right. You're the best. You're the best.
Blaze, it looks like for 5:30 we're after Emily.
You what?
It looks like that at 5:30 we're going to send the shooting setup.
Yeah.
And then we're Emily, and then us.
And then Brittany also is there.
Let me see.
Jimmy's using the bathroom, so this starts while he's gone. I'm going to run over and shoot. I'll have to.
Hey, Boom. Cool. Got it. Now I've got the stick mic, so we're good to go. Cool. And just rap me. I'm just going to keep talking until you tell me to rap.
Hi, Emily. Alongside Brian Crandall right here. That news conference at 4 o'clock has now been pushed back. They did put the tape on the ground up there, which basically tells everyone where to stand, but there's no real major players that are in the building quite yet, but there's a lot of people in the area around in the back hallways.
Actually, Brown's present in the building.
Oh,
A few minutes
oh, she's in. Okay, all right. Brian saw her come in. Okay, so we might be getting close. Here's what we know in terms of our sources. We are working our sources live on television, so this is live reporting. We want to do it responsibly. First of all, we know that authorities know who the gunman is. They know who that person of interest is, and they're zeroing in on him. We know that they are actively seeing if the link between MIT and Brown, and we also reported via my sources that that it may have been an overdue rental car found abandoned in Massachusetts that may have brought those two scenes together. Now we're also hearing about possible searches. My source will only say that it's in New England and possibly at the South. That's all I got.
And I've been told today that they didn't think the person was in Rhode Island. So that's originally the way this was like to go. So this is all the special thing.
That's That's right. So as we come on the air at this hour, we want to begin first show you the MIT professor. This is the MIT professor. You know Guerrero got Monday night in his apartment in Brookline. He was an MIT professor.
David, or at least indefinitely delayed it. We've been told that it was going to happen. It's just a question of when. I'm no detective.
After the shooting was done at university. We don't know how it's all coming together, but we do know that there is a sense here that this project is getting closer. We're also hearing now possibly a second super speed. One who said possibly something in Massachusetts and the other. Brian and I are in this position where we're trying to provide you the most information, but we're also want to do it in a responsible way because our sources are being very responsive. We don't want to mess this up at all. So just understand that's what's happening. Just stay with Yes.
Stay with you the whole time.
You have to go to that?
Yeah. Having it first doesn't mean anything is not right.
Yeah. It'll be a side. Yeah, and then you'll have it straight on.
And all of our platforms on television, we make night. So Emily, if we hear anything, we'll go right back to you guys and let you know, okay?
Walking surrounding and obviously that incredibly valuable video images about this what we do know is that prior to the source that we heard from Cheryl about the down parts of Massachusetts where police chiefs in Greenville and North Attleboro had said that investigators had visited there not to find a suspect or person of interest, but that the investigation had led there. The FBI special agent in charge in Boston also told reporters earlier this week that even international assets would come to bear. So here we are waiting for information as the Brown community, students, faculty, staff have told me publicly that they feel that they cannot fully agree until there is a resolution to this case. Hopefully, this will lead to a resolution, this flurry of information that we are getting moment by moment. And as soon as we get confirmation of the time of the news conference, we're going to bring it to you.
Agencies are working with local and state police to try to locate this gunman. But at the moment, there are no reports that that person is in custody.
Absolutely. In fact, we've been told twice they believe it will happen. It's just unknown when at this point.
We wait here for information, and right now we are told that we don't know when that is going to happen, but it's obviously tonight concern that there's this new information and everyone is waiting to hear what officials have to say. Either police headquarters in Providence.
Sorry, Dave.
You sure?
They are being very tight-lipped, Erica, but we do have some developments in the latest few minutes here. They have come out and put some markings down in front of the podium here that marks the spot where law enforcement is supposed to stand. I see markings for the governor, the mayor, the attorney general, the ATF, the FBI, but again, no official word as to when this press conference is supposed to get underway. As you know, things are still developing. Right now, this investigation has spanned across New England. And I do want to say earlier today, I did speak with a retired FBI agent about the length of the time that this investigation has gone.
No, but yeah, you want to let them know that. Thank you.
I probably stuck here at pretty simple whenever the press conference happens, and we'll talk about it at 11 o'clock.
I'm rolling the stuff we got earlier.
Because it's a very fast situation, and they might just want to
that former FBI agent you just heard from also said he believes that there were errors made in the beginning of this investigation in the early part, including how the witnesses to the shooting were allowed to leave without being sequestered. Again, we are here awaiting this press conference that was supposed to start at 4 o'clock. We know a lot of new developments have happened since 4 o'clock, and we will be here whenever this presser starts to bring you the very latest. And I know we have a lot of questions that need to be answered. We will be here asking those questions. We'll be here live when that presser starts to bring it to you here on air and on the WCVB app. But for now, we'll send it back to you in the studio. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, great. I love it. All right, thank you. All right, thank you. I'll see you. Bye.
Oh, it's not.
it's basically like if it starts and goes into like 7, fine, it goes into 8, fine, but I can't stay until 8. That's the one thing. So Garvin and Karen are going to that other place. I know, you're looking at me. Yeah. That's good, that was a good catch. Nice. I need more water in there. Your phone's picking up.
I was stupid. I put them on the thing. Thank you. I'm going to switch earphones. Thank you.
Too much stuff. No matter
I have like an apple.
Thank you.
I'm so angry.
Tell Steve it's just
So you repeat that, I couldn't hear you.
Just tell Steve it's the same deal, we're just waiting.
I'm gonna run.
Give me other mother, that's it. I like being around.
I went into a place where it was smelling. ¿Quieres algo? ¿Quieres algo para nosotros? No, no. ¿Y hay donas? Yo soy el enemigo número uno de Jesús. Y ella después.
Por eso es de la iglesia.
La radio pública. Radio. National Public Radio. Todo mi Dios. No es para abrir la puerta.
Sharing information through regional intelligence center with these share information with the local
They only opened it for air, so they're like wondering what was happening. Come on, man. Now how are we going to know that they're going to start? That was our cue. Now it's going to get cold in here. Why is it so cold? Oh, because they opened that one. Yeah, now we're going to freeze. It's going to be warmer to be outside. Now you're the smartest person for bringing your jacket in. Brittany, we see you're inside, but why are you wearing your winter jacket? Well, that's a good question, Walker. It just turned into winter.
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to say that they only open the doors here for air. Nobody's coming through yet. The doors you see that are open, it's just because it's hot.
Talking about how it will happen, we're not sure when it will happen, why there is such a delay, and there's no parts that we don't know right now. This information that is coming this afternoon, the past hour, we're reporting, we don't know if it's we're on the command post where we are here today, in Providence. We don't know when they develop this information. These are the moments I can't say looking for perhaps Walking around showing pictures to people of two people. Here's one person, and people began to get concerned and worried that not only some days later, they're tired of sitting around, they work on this, a lot of information, a lot of knowledge going on.
Excuse me, Macy's, I'm sorry. Nobody ever. Sorry.
Gotcha. Which is the same with you. Just keep it later.
Right, so to your point, the fact that they're still here, and they didn't say, back up and out, I'll let you know when I talk to you, means they want to let people know. Right, what they're seeing on television, cameras, and TVs, from one end of the country to the other right now, they're well aware of what's going on social media, so they know they need to say something, but, as I just pointed out, what happened on Sunday, was a gigantic setback for them. So now that the word is out that they identified this person, but they haven't found them, set of circumstances. There's a question from us, which is, some of the reporters, John, certainly from Todd McKee, this person should be strong and dangerous, and people obviously can't help but think about what happened in Watertown. Manhunt for the Zanaya brothers several years ago, and that turned out into a shootout in the middle of the neighborhood. People ducking for cover. We're all very well versed on what happened there, how that all ended in the ensuing event. That way, anything like this, they really
Steve, are we up?
You hear that?
We're working on it. See if someone's calling. Work on it. I know, he's working on it. I don't know what's going on, but he's working on it. I think
Testing 321, testing 321. Looking for Brian Monahan.
You guys have me, right?
Hey Brian, any choppers in the air above Salem?
Right, and keep in mind that this will allow 2 hours past the 4 o'clock hour. That was time to make this news conference. This was the beginning here. In fact,
I'm here. We're ready to go.
all this information continues to change here in Providence, hour by hour by hour.
Hey Brian.
That's right, so get this reporting. That is the plan, although we have seen no movement in terms of officials walking in and out of here. The governor, the mayor, law enforcement professionals have been standing all week. And as you said, this information was coming fast and furious. Folks who have met this up until now, of course, we have identification of the person who voted.
There's nothing back to options with you.
There's also a lot happening behind the scenes with now the knowledge of that situation. Maybe trying to figure out about them,
I'm going to step out of the area that but there's no side that I'm tossing to. I'm just going to step out and step back in.
All right, Emily and Tracy alongside Brian Crandall. We're coming on here with information that we can break via our sources. So we're kind of reporting live here from the air, and we want to do so in a responsible manner. But here's what we know from my source, that they have zeroed in on this person of interest physically, meaning that they're close, they say. But no one is in custody at this hour. And we do know that police know the person's identity, and they are close, or at least getting close. We know the governor's in the building, the president is in the building. So this news conference is going to be within the hour. And Brian, you got also some big information what's happening right now.
are hopeful that we will get some official news before we have but I'm sure investigators, the mayor, the governor, the attorney general want to have this buttoned up before they come tell us the ground here.
Now that changed what kind of put everything together, something
Right. Right. And one of the things that I was able to report sources earlier, as we take a look at the man who's been on our video screens now since Sunday, again, police say they know who this man is and they're close to him physically. But earlier today, a source told me that the connection in Boston may have been connected to an overdue rental car that was found abandoned in Massachusetts. Because all these developments happened in the last 24 hours. Let's talk a little bit about the MIT professor. We're talking about MIT professor Nuno Herrera. He was well known around the world. He was studying plasma and he was shot at his apartment in Providence Monday night, coming to those injuries.
And the presser was scheduled for 2 hours ago. We are still here waiting. As you all have reported, there have been some major developments since 4 o'clock when that presser was supposed to start. We don't know right now as to when exactly the presser is going to start, but I do want to show you
we don't know what that's about. And then, Brian, your source is this very hour as we're talking. There's a lot of action. We have some news choppers that way. Again, we're going to take that.
That's been all the movement we've had here since 4 o'clock here at this presser. A lot of major developments. We have a lot of questions that people want answered. As soon as officials walk through that door, we will be asking those questions and bring those answers to you here live on the air and on our WCBB app. But for now, we can wait as this investigation continues and expands across the New England. So for now, we'll send it back to you. Thank you.
That was great. The timing was perfect. Yeah, the second we started moving, I'm like, couldn't move. So it worked out great. Does Karen know the name now?
All the information that we're getting here, there's a lot more. For obvious reasons. Suspect, they don't know where he is right now. He's monitoring these reports on TV, on social media. They don't really give out a lot of information. They want to keep a lot of information right now.
And as we've been reporting this week, around no way.
So we don't know. So I was like, so it still could be the person.
As soon as I pointed it out, like, oh, what can we do? Yeah.
They just tell us, hey, it's going to be at 6:30. Like, just give us a time.
Right, and I think while we're on that, viewers that are watching us, Charger, he's specifically criticized around University. It has nothing to do with Brown University. They were saying that the cameras at the older building are faster. The Attorney General told me just last night on camera, and that's not true.
lot of stuff going down the path going around. And monetize on Facebook. The cat is 99% off. A lot of people subscribe to roughly 3 years ago, I attended a press conference that I actually heard homeless across the street from right off of Admiral Street. The young man came up to me and asked me what kind of I realized at that moment, people like, all the no one was providing it. Imagine. No, there's a lot more over there. And that's it. So we passed out 30 or 40 packs of water. 40 packs of this package. How much did you back? We literally came back. The same young man. The same young man. And he said to me, and I'll never forget the record. He said to me, I hope you don't mind. We use some of that water you did all my hair. And I still get emotional. That's, in the 2020, can't go allow folks in our community, as the folks that have who don't have a way of cleaning up everything. You have to look at stuff. And that's when you started looking at starting to deliver bulk bottled water to 30 to 40 different places. We're out today, we were out yesterday. So we pressed really branching libertarian newsletter or no salary, 100% volunteer. The most volunteer to be one. God forbid you don't get paid for everything. Great skip back. Not the working people. There they are on the back.
We have no information that they're going to get. But hopefully a couple police officers just got the call. So that would happen. Again, said hi, and then something's happening. Why here? And I'd like to take credit for this. When I just checked our care bear, around the You're one of them. You're one of them. It's free.
Feel free to do that. I think you have to take your share.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's exactly what I was going to ask you. I was like, "Who knows?" Could be used for self-promotion. And I, as much as I can, one we don't have PRO is that you get 2 minutes to talk, you're interrupted. Which I get part of the I watch all my commercials. I'm in charge. That's my rules. It'll be a lot of fun. You'll be you'll never be more on think of that. We have problems.
Hey, thank you for your patience. Right now, we currently do not have a time. I'm coming up here to let you know that I am going to give everyone at least a 20-minute notice before the press conference. We're having a press conference tonight, no matter what. I'm going to give you 20 minutes before. It's going to be in your email. I'm going to start calling and texting you in case you miss it. 20 minutes. We'll have a heads up. Right now, I do not have a time.
Approximate time?
I don't have an approximate time, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Just a minimum.
found a phone in the hallway. I don't know whose it is, but it looks like it's in Spanish. I don't know if anyone's missing a phone. No.
How'd it go tonight? Alright, move closer. And then that's the assumption, but oh no. We're all kind of, you know, on the major TV stations, they're all putting out there, they think it's gonna happen. I'm not aware of anything. Oh, yeah, so I'm not in the air yet, until New Year's Eve. So if you, which is a Wednesday, if you would want to do that show, that'd be fun. And, yeah, well, year-end show. Yeah, I guess I didn't know that they have 48 hours straight of Christmas. So I'm off to the week. Yeah. Well, you know, that's just counties again. So, you want to do something New Year's Eve? Sort of a fun thing. Testament to your pops, all that good stuff. All right. All right. I'm gonna do that post song and open up with that. And my run-up, I'm gonna dedicate to your pops. Is any of the music you want to hear? They're gonna play a lot of music. Imagine what tell them I'm just getting on the
in connection with these reports that this person of interest has been identified and located and also outing sources that they're
Because I'm actually over, I'm over on the other side. You know where the public safety, you know where the public safety office? All right, buddy.
Now,
Thank you.
I'm gonna try to put your.
Yeah.
Let's see what these guys say. Okay. So.
Sorry, I'm just squeezing.
Yeah, squeeze right there if you can.
Hey,
We got. Can you get on that side of the sign? Yeah. If you see like right there, I'll give it to you.
all right.
Thank you.
You can see it right there on that side. Just come this way. Come right here.
Yep.
Meet you out of the shot.
Well, when you hear Mike talk, just pan around.
Okay.
Hello, I'm dialed in on IFB. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Should be in front of Wells. He's up in front of mine. Hey guys, they're hey guys, ED's telling us Hey guys, Mike, get on there and tell them that they're telling us.
Heads up, they're telling us we have to move, so we might not be able to take you.
Guys, we have to move. They want us to move.
We have to.
now. Give me that mic. They're kicking us out. They want Pepper. Get off the shot. We need to move. They're kicking us out. We need to move. I'm all set.
He says,
At the grass
well, he
line.
says, just taking Ken's camera, but going to you, and you stay off camera. So.
Okay.
Guys, we're going to have a PIO down at the boys in a minute. Talk to everybody.
Okay.
Everybody's secure out here.
Oh, okay.
Tell them we have to clear.
We have to move again, guys. Yep.
You guys are respecting the donations they have. What's happening now is no one there is just there because they're there. They were sent there, they have there, they have to come down, there. You see the police officers, the religions that are there for a year. They're seeing that area. And they're going to carefully line on their side. Magnets get together and agencies, multiple states, multiple agencies, our levels, they may work together or some of anyone else unnecessarily gets work. So wherever they're looking for
And Teresa, one thing I believe you said the last time we talked to you, the last person said that they were working with great leasing. And if you pointed out why there appeared to be a
This should be good.
Is it really? Oh, yeah, oh, God. No, you know what?
I think they're watching it live. Right. Based on years of experience with two of us, it doesn't look like we're they're searching, like Robinson. Yeah. So the question is, what happens if some line our colleague will hold our way there. This gets her go how the rest of the year. Okay, they just want to get information. Go ahead. Direction. Just be large and in charge. They let everyone know. They track it. I can run it. They track it. People going miles in the car. So rented, as our source says, rented to the local airport, and they see miles. They know what plus now it's
No, it's in here. What's it
So, to your point, so it looks like any investigation, people watch these, NCIS, and they think, oh, they can find anything. They couldn't pin his phone unless they had an identity. They could not track his phone. So they haven't made it working. I think it's important to point out that We are back live in Salem, Hampshire with Brian. Your story is going to say. Just like this. Yeah. Now, we also reported we don't have actually connected. But certainly, like I said, this Teresa, you question. So, thank you very much. I think that's a valid point. You raised a good point. One thing, if you're a parent, you know, I know what my children are now, we all do, right? It's just something we need to make sure but what I think is important is that they're able to track staff, but also they can strengthen from it too. And you know, you don't put those two together. And then it's a matter of things that DNA of it. They didn't have a match right now. They look at that. Okay, they didn't match with clothes, but they don't have to sit. So, yeah. So, thank you. I think lovely time for all of us to bring cameras into our lives. We are, I think, an institution are certain places, businesses,
So can I ask what you it shows me. This would be a greater come up and if they found it before you so you can't even You really, I completely, obviously, you know that we're hearing wonderful. We don't
Let's revel.
Oh, I know.
You're not telling me that.
Okay, all right, good check.
Was that the brown section or something? Oh. Oh. All right. You
Yeah.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Check, 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 check.
So, as you were there was a huge scene and you could see stories I've heard
Yeah. You want to come in here? I want to check. I'll get you. You know, so much here. You want to sword?
Mic check 1 2 1 2 mic check. Mic check 1 2 1 2 3 mic check. All good?
This is kind of low.
It's low.
The level is low, like, you know, even maxed out.
Yeah.
But you can't drive power into a mic like this, right?
No, not that I'm aware of. I know. I mean, I know you're hardwired. Usually if you have right, and you can choose it to the 48, right? Like it's gonna help, but it's gonna make it sound shitty.
Right? It's not looking for power.
Yeah.
But this shouldn't be too far for a mic like this, right?
No, that should be. You mean for like for a wireless or for hardwired? No, for hardwired it should be fine.
But the max level is still kind of low.
Yeah, which is weird. I don't know why.
When I like automated.
Mic check 1 2.
Everybody's upstairs. Yeah. They're not
Which he wasn't. He wasn't saying that.
and he's like, it's not gonna be nothing.
didn't say that, did I? Gregory. I know. Yeah, you are. No, it's a pretty. I know. But there are regular. No. Stop. Give them the respect. Yes, we are. I was here 30 seconds. Still no pressure on that. showing a little back. I feel like I'm running an old AOL AIM shadow. But you know what? All right, I think we have to have a meeting to show you. About 3 species. All right, Bill Hurley, are you open tonight? You want to wait? We could have a meeting of minds. By the way, grape is one of my favorites. You get a limited rum, Diet Grape recently, passion. That club is Diet Soda. That's basically Diet Soda. Okay, tell me if I mispronounce this. Montellano? He's battling in from Alaska, Providence. Pronounce your name right, please like our this. A lot of our work is put on here because stuff happens so rapidly in Rhode Island. What happened after that? Greetings from Rhode Island. Thank you. You know, there are folks that make up the community. I will tell you that the people in Stockton, radio station, some of the most generous people, hardworking people, community people, they're very optimistic. Stockton's actually a couple of people like Gregory, Bonnie, OC, big shout out to yeah. Does this sound like personal? It's okay. EDN is able to try. And by the way, I just want to say something nice to the guys. Grateful to see you. In fact, just do our stand. I wish the national management was flexible, and have to tell you of all the news crews. I know that Kayla Fish is a regular. She ever listens to this, I'll say she's the only person I know in Rhode Island media that doesn't need map questions or maps. Because PRI Paul works on something. So here what a WPR is. You know, I'll express frustration from time to time. Bonnie, I love Canada. When Stockton's representing Canada, I know that don't make sense. OC, like a great place. St. Joseph's, good folk too. Absolutely. I went to the tail end of a fundraiser there the other night, just dropping off food on a homeless food run. How on a weekday night, whole weekday night, packed that house for a soup competition. Yeah, we gotta have, Greg, we gotta have you on right after New Year's. Promote what you're doing, feel free to fundraise, get more people involved if possible, get people to understand. The challenge is not everyone watching the city council is Blue Stockton probably although night and day, I shouldn't have fun, but that was of champions, but I had two of the cool guys. All I can say is if someone had a food truck out here tonight, a lot of people working for those. No, I didn't have the chocolate frosting. You got a new one, cream in the middle, and cream on top. Good stuff. Imagine the cemetery corporation involved in tax fraud. The AG don't want to return from that at all. Listen, folks, this is very important. Apparently, my questions have been replayed viewed millions of times just to be done on Fox. And I had two people come up to me and thank you for the Attorney General. I am here. If he does not like me, or may have something to do with it. I talked about this a couple of years ago. What? What I'd like to say to him at some point, Daniel Dolan was our Tucker, Rhode Island police officer who shot him on the way to court, who was chased off the highway on a road regulation. He shot him using a service off-duty out of the service station while driving an unregistered vehicle with no mistake. The fine Attorney General's Department here in the state of Rhode Island could not get a single conviction for the reason. Followed it up by a year or so later, a year or two later, he was pulled over ostensibly in OUI. On camera, he threatened county police officers with violence, which is a felony, and he got off on it. So as we like to say in Rhode Island, calls of justice, and justice is defeated. Unnecessary rhetorical force. You have to answer the point. It's totally false. The staggering amount of prosecutions and unsuccessful. I hope creative agencies, I say that with respect and love, creative agencies, the Attorney General's office of the state does not handle this prosecution. I hope it goes to the federal level for several reasons, which I'll be able to explain sometimes. No one is a disgrace, absolutely. Bring back buddy, that would be a miracle. Don't know if I'd be back there. Harrison Tuttle saw Gene Lugo on the east side of the east side. Caesar, thank you very much. You're very kind. Appreciate the kind words. If you haven't, I would just ask you to follow us on the page. Expand our reach. Take on the next one. Okay. People are getting ready. Anticipation to do something. Watching Jesse Waters, I guess you can see the back. Which is okay. I think you're out. I do. Kevin. Although everything is editorial tonight, I will tell you I believe that the current mayor has turned around the financial fortunes of the city as or more efficiently as I've seen in the 30 or so years I've lived in the county. Poor boy was calling you out on the radio. Oh man, I love it when Dan you are talking about it. Listen, if you ever can't find our website, you got to move it to the news thing. If you ever can't find it, just type GANYORKD.com. Oh, cool beat. You know, it's funny. I tolerated this bullshit for a few years. And it's just got nasty. And I used to be able, every time we say something nasty, they call me. But now they won't take me. Call me. It's just, this is not family radio. None of it. I will tell you he's a pussy. It's real, you're a real tough guy when you call stuff out people on the air. You won't take their phone calls, and then you put people on mute all the time. Which he does. You can call in with great points. He and talk very much, respectfully. Allow them to be. I understand people run on sometimes. But the minute the point is, he uses the mute. And I don't understand the appeal. You know, he has no experience building other than being right? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm usually smart at that, but I'm really kind of but it's funny. I was an avid listener over the first election of President Trump. I think really classic What market, I'm not sure. But one of these markets. Cass, I haven't talked to him in years.
Here's our guy.
Dan York has a software that he has, he uses whenever, you know, thank you, Mr. Oliver. William Hurley of Victoria, that's been listed in traffic on I-90, 95, and you said that says something. Yeah, you are correct. Haven't noticed race up. Literally. Cameron says, hi, Juan. Alex, thank you for joining. I gotta do this now.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt you. One of our colleagues here, Vic Miller, has got some pizza. So if you're still hungry, out the door to your right, there's some pizza.
How do we work some money? Terry Begley says hi.
Getting back to what your question was very funny. Earlier than we
follow the video, please do. I'm not above lining it.
Obviously,
Please follow us. You can share this again. Well, here's a funny point. Michael? So the Valley Breeze has an audio. So I've been on the body and some wise decide to nominate us for the best radio. Bonnie have no idea. Bonnie, I'm telling a story about us. So we think it's pretty fun. The top 5 voters voted on it. It's in the final. So we got, hey, wouldn't this be cool if we got into the final? This would be Test the Valley Breeze, Cumberland, Nevada, probably good part of the plan. So I remember, folks, for those of us aren't familiar with the name of Rhode Island, you're talking about local Rhode Island. This is local. So Bonnie gives me a color. We made it into the final. All right. Yeah, we made it into the final. So, okay, we had to present it. We had it. So we worked hard. We came in number 2. We beat Dan York. And Dan York was still out. How do you lose when you work for a company? We came in second. Steve Valcenti came in first. He was a highly professional entertainer. Did a great show on the radio, big player. So, we're coming for you next week. But we lost him. But you're only if you were around. We beat Juan DePietro, Dan Plus, and Paul. We beat some local guys who can help you out. Valley Breeze there? Nope. We haven't gotten the stretch. Go and Dan York and Kyle. Yeah, we are number 1 with the bullet. Spot on about that. It's something called the Peter Price. That probably reached it years ago. But I'm pretend. I think what annoys certain ways you need, I think you need a parent. During a certain lifetime in politics, I'm relatively the voices of terrible. Steve Clancy recently retired. He's got fights. Tony Jones. Yeah. These people have the velvet fog. Remember the dulcet tones. They're great. Me, just a regular. So I wasn't sure why they were so well, I guess I'm not competition because I kicked his ass. Yes. In what counts? You know what counts? Not the push from advertisers, not how the swells get along with them, get their approval. That's through this. The only thing that matters to me is what you think. Do you think I'm interesting? Do you think I've got a story to tell? Do you like my questions? That's all that matters. Nothing else does. The rest of it falls. I quite frankly, I'm proud that the Attorney General wrote it's a conflict. McKee takes my questions. That's all. Run, Dan, run. Don't drop out. Run, Dan, run. Listen, Caesar, I'm going to try. Tonight's probably going to be pretty much just the facts. You know, there's an ebb and flow with this. The first night was just the facts. What happened, how it happened, people being respectful, trying to understand the facts, trying to get a sense of what Rhode Island leadership was going to offer. Then you get into a curve where you're talking about the facts of the case, that's stuff I focus on, which is some of the issues around civil liberties, some of the technical issues around it. Tonight will probably be just a recitation of just the facts. And trying to process it. Now, I'm sure there's some staff that works with it. My friend Juan will have some good questions. There are national level professionals who have been involved in situations. I've got questions, but it's all based, at this point, if in fact this case has come to some level of culmination, or at least, as they say on Law and Order, the detectives of the New York City Police Department, they've done their work. Now there's going to be a period. Two things are going to happen. We're going to question a lot of the procedures that took place. And from some of these people, there'll be good answers. And then there becomes a trial. And I've sat through the entire trial process. Again, I went through that case pretty much just about every hearing, 2+ weeks, before I finally came to trial. Then was a trial every day. Learned a lot. And learned how justice can be solved. Although if this individual can tell the ultimate justice, then it'll be a process of reconstruction. And then it's time to look back and see what was done, what wasn't done, how people behave. And there will be, as my girl's little used to say, consequences. Not consequences, but consequences. So, right now, the action, if you will, if you're looking at it, 150 miles to the north. Mr. Oliver, I'm not sure if he's welcome for 3 weeks. And the Attorney General, quite frankly, I've seen it as a great chief pizza here, is more likely to go to the ground. I would think the Attorney General in Rona is the type who eats pizza with a fork and knife. Let's say somebody's laughing. You can eat, you're off camera, they want to do that. You can eat pizza with a fork and a knife? I don't have one there. Hey, I'm picking. And he's definitely an anchovy guy. We know that. Right? Definitely an anchovy guy. Now, coalitionnews.com. I haven't had a chance. There's people in this building right now. And I'm looking at some pros. Dan Jane, the rock star. He's taken years of experience of showing up at people's doors with Cleveland and grilling them right here in the building. Hasn't missed a beat. John DePietro on his A game. Folks like that have been here since minute 1 and have not missed a step of this. So you got to give props to the people who do the work. The game belongs to the people who show up. I don't know what it is. All the day off, it's like now. A guy named Jim Rome is on radio and he does sports. Somebody does something well, you got to say scoreboard. Scoreboard's on the pitch. Scoreboard things. There's some real talent. Second shot. And he was doing some great work on the ride. Just good stuff. And And by the way, thanks to the people hanging out. Don't do this type of thing often. Probably, you can let me know if I'm good at it or not. Or is this just South Carolina, and need officiate. I would imagine any type of service, she is there for you. Particularly if, the service has to be done, let's say late at night, out of the view of the public, and, maybe a little bit on the down. Particularly good. Cameron, I would love to answer that question. What are we doing so far? I can't tell you, I know less than you know all. I don't. Oh, great link. Yeah, folks, if you got links up there, throw them. Friends of Oakville, send us right now. Gregory, do you accept donations on that page? Let us know. Aiden Carey joined us. Aiden, what do you think of this? There was a recently joined Aiden. Nice and Haley Scare, LLC. Oh, cool. All right, great. So, folks, there's a number of organizations in Woodstock that preserve your financial support. Yeah, Rhonda. Your mom terrible. And you know what? They were doing very well. And it was really the condition of the building. They had nothing to do with it. They turned it on. I was about to say,
I need tape to put on here.
I'm going to speak in a second.
Oh, Taylor, let's talk to you after you know more about that. Taylor, are you just going out?
Take your time.
We're good. Okay. We got a few minutes.
We have plenty of time.
Okay.
No need to rush.
Everyone starts rushing. So.
No, it's just it's just magic.
Exactly. Pretty much.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
No problem.
Christy. Christy.
Everybody
Speaker right now. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing testing testing. Can you hear that one?
Yep, I got it. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
David, this is on. Hello, everyone. We are giving you your 20-minute notice. In about 20 minutes, I'm going to have everyone come down here. We're going to have the same structure that we've been doing the past few days. We're going to start on the left. We're going to work our way to the right. Everyone gets one question, and then one follow-up question. 20 minutes, starting now, likely longer, maybe 25 minutes. Thanks.
They gave 20 minutes, and that was like maybe 60 minutes.
I'm back. Selling New Hampshire, towards Japan. Several people. Who really? Well, no one's fun. No, most of them fun. Allegedly, highly.
I need some space. You want me to start a bullshit like over here, Lord? She want me to start this bullshit? You guys want to get it? Bullshit. You thought to start a bullshit? Yeah. She won the first game. Told her, with the play.
Yeah, from Florida about 15 minutes now. I don't present many so much speculation. Interestingly enough, much of the body stations. Fox is confirming that. Let's see.
Yeah, Adam, we're being told by multiple law enforcement sources that this person's interest, the suspect in the shooting over the weekend, is in fact dead. He was found inside a storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire, a short time ago, and we're expecting to hear from authorities here in Providence within the next few minutes. In less than 10 minutes from now, but we can tell you that according to our sources, we sort of leading those players way because we were explaining earlier some of the things that they were doing in those also telling us that
We haven't with the guy. Okay, so I just need direction from somebody. They're walking in and I'll sit down. How about yourself?
5 hours later,
Marsha Fernandez.
with the colonel, Boston, etc. Recap everything and let my people know this horrifying scenario. So I went to Ireland, and now we're being connected to another MIT professor in Brookline 2 days ago that may be connected to all this.
You don't want to, we were playing that. How's your man? Welcome.
Well, again, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes right now, but this person of interest, they identified those, and we don't know how that happened. You did mention yesterday that another person who is in proximity to that person, maybe that person, how that person was associated with that person, and you mentioned about
My sense is
It's a whole bunch of issues.
How did it all go down? We definitely had civil rights right here 5 years ago. I talked with doctors, particularly I love that trying to bring more doctors if this person is a radio show after the New Year, I'm 3 days a week. 3 days of time in Canada. A lot of folks have this we're also margins might be already as we first reported out 45 months ago, again, only to that stage, now we're going to
fine. I mean, we're islands. Hold back up. Oh my God. I'm from so we should conference.
Okay, yep.
Folks, if you can tell, it's gotten quiet here. A few minutes out, I suggest everyone here. I think most of the fire is going to be the first 5 minutes. They all have a lot of questions.
Yeah, we have them. Everything. Yep.
You call yourself. And you didn't identify what it was, so remain anonymous as ever. But probably national religion. There was Jesse Waters, who's still at a lot of people. So, French start any questions? People humble. Your speech is big. You have to All right, come on. Are you boozing? Okay. going to send an email out when they're walking out, okay? Actually, they're walking out. They're walking out. They're walking out.
Chris, come over to the side. Take the X that says CP. Yes, sir. We got everybody? Great.
Well, good evening, everybody. Tonight, our Providence neighbors can finally breathe a little easier. In a minute, Colonel Perez will share the latest details on the investigation, but I want to thank the people of Providence for stepping up and coming together during an extraordinarily difficult time. I know this has been hard on all of us. Over the past 5 days, minutes have felt like hours, but the people of Providence have done what we're best at. We've leaned on one another, come together, and supported one another, and showed the nation what a tight-knit community looks like. It was because of the information provided to us by neighbors and the tireless work of our Providence Police Department, the Rhode Island State Police, the FBI, the ATF, and many other federal partners. The incredible prosecutorial advice and guidance that we received from the Attorney General's office. We all worked well together to be able to identify this suspect. I know we will have a lot of questions still, and we will continue to work to get those answers. But it is a great honor for me to turn this over to our Chief of Police, Colonel Oscar Perez, and I will say on behalf of the people of Providence, we owe him and every member of the Providence Police Department the deepest debt of gratitude. Colonel?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Well, first and foremost, I want to offer my deepest condolences to the families, the victims. It was for them that this work was put together to make sure that they get the justice that they deserve and to ensure that this person was held accountable. Second thing I'll tell you is that I'm extremely proud of this department, actually the officers, the detectives, the Real-Time Crime Center, the Community Response Team, the Intelligence Division, the Narcotics Division, the Task Force. This past Saturday, as you all know, December 13, Providence Police Department and Brown University Police Department responded to this horrific tragedy at Brown University 184 Hope. Our officers were there within minutes. That same day, Providence Police detectives immediately went to work. Looking for video footage to see who this individual was and who was responsible. A person of interest was identified from that video footage. The person of interest was observed down Hope Street, turning onto Waterman Street, and that was one of the first videos that we released. At the same time, every federal agency you can think of was reaching out to the Providence Police Department and responded to the capital city. Images were shared with media within hours. Persons of interest it was the same individual that has been the focus of this investigation since the beginning. All the new images that we received of this person of interest were shared with the media continuously over the past 6 days. This critical evidence was collected with the use of public assistance. As the mayor stated, I'm proud to be the chief of police of this city. I'm proud to be a product of this city for the reasons that the mayor stated. The community stepped up. It was all about groundwork, public assistance, interviews of individuals, and good old-fashioned policing. That is the type of police work that every police officer in this nation reminds themselves of, and that many do not understand, and that is critically important and often succeeds where technology alone cannot. We looked at financial records, we looked at video footages, and in the specific incident, it was actually a video that provided us with a description of a vehicle. That was corroborated through a tip that was received to the tip center. That room was packed with detectives, agents, receiving calls on a daily basis. We started early and left late. Then Flock and the LPR was able to provide us with this description of this vehicle. That vehicle was picked up by Flock, which led us to a car rental place in Massachusetts. Through that, the agents and their work as well were able to get us footage of this individual, as well as a copy of the agreement which provided his real name. The video of that subject matched the description of that person of interest that this police department was desperate to put handcuffs on. That individual was identified as Claudio Neves Valenti, date of birth, and he was a 48-year-old man. He was a Brown student, he was a Portuguese national, and his last known address was in Miami, Florida. And I will tell you that he took his own life tonight. We have members of the Providence Police Department up in Salem, New Hampshire, and we also have the BCI unit. Obviously, the FBI and their evidence recovery unit is up there, so the process is being conducted as we speak. And it goes without saying that I would like to personally thank the efforts again of the Providence Police Department, the Rhode Island State Police, the Rhode Island Attorney General, the FBI, the ATF, HSI, the U.S. Marshals, IRS, DEA, Secret Service, and NCIS. There is no way that we could have done this by ourselves. In this nation, when horrific incidents like this happen, law enforcement steps up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel. General Arona.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. You know, I would describe the emotions on the investigative team, including our prosecutors and the agents, detectives from both state police, Providence, as mixed. You know, there is a sense of completeness in terms of the investigation, an investigation that's, if not the hardest, among the handful of hardest investigations that I've ever been involved with. And the sense that we owed those 2 dead Brown students and the 9 injured Brown students and the students who were in that auditorium that weren't injured, and the Brown community and the Providence community results. The teams worked really hard. I think I mentioned that to you almost every night that we met with you. I wish they were all up here with us. That we wouldn't fit here, but it was remarkable to see the cooperation between the FBI agents, the ATF agents, the HSI agents, the Providence police detectives, the state police detectives, our prosecutors. And I will say that everybody brought a certain expertise to the table, but it is nevertheless a sad moment when you think about those young people who were hurt, injured, or worse. 2 of them are now deceased. You know, to me, this was always going to be an investigation where something was going to break it open. We were going to pull threads. We were going to gather evidence that would lead us in a particular direction. And I will say that if we were with you less than, well, I guess now more than 24 hours ago, we had that picture of that second individual. And I would say within an hour, no more than 2, I think it was under an hour, that person came forward to 2 Providence police officers over on the east side and said he had information that he was that person and he had information that could help this case. And I remember last night watching his interview, and he blew this case right open. He blew it open. And that's how these cases sometimes go. You can feel like you're not making a lot of progress. You can feel like you're chasing leads and they don't work out. But the team keeps going because, you know, those of us with experience know that you're going to pull a lot of threads, and it's not always the first one that's going to get you where you need to go. But when you do crack it, you crack it. And that person led us to the car, which led us to the name, which led us to the photographs of that individual renting the car, which matched the clothing of our shooter here in Providence, that matched the satchel that we see here in Providence. He was found dead with a satchel, with 2 firearms, and evidence in the car that that matches exactly what we see at the scene here in Providence. And so I know that you and the public have questions about how we got from a place yesterday where all we could share with you was a photograph of someone we wanted to talk to where we got to tonight. And so we got an state arrest warrant for murder today that was signed by a district court judge for this individual. There won't be a prosecution now, of course, but that affidavit is on our website, and you will be able to see more and read more about how this investigation unfolded. I won't get you all the way there because there are some things that happened afterwards which led us to this suspect's body in New Hampshire. But it will, I think, tell you, give you a sense of the work that went into this by the line prosecutors and the line agents and detectives from the agencies that work so well together. So, you know, as I said, it's with mixed emotions. It is unimaginable, the pain that the parents and families of the deceased are feeling tonight and will feel undoubtedly for quite a while. But I hope that by bringing this person to justice, that we can at least give them the beginnings of some measure of closure. And I want to thank you all for your patience with me when I got a little testy with some of you. Those of you who know me from Rhode Island, you know that's my nature. So I really want to thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, General. As has been said several times, the partnership with the FBI was invaluable. And so it's a pleasure to introduce Special Agent in charge of FBI, Ted Dox.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening. My name is Ted Dox, Special Agent in charge of FBI Boston. We got him. Shortly before 9 o'clock tonight, the FBI SWAT team executed court-authorized search warrants at a storage unit facility in Hampshire Road in Salem, New Hampshire. This is where we located Claudio Neves Valente, the individual who we believe was responsible for the Brown shooting. The latest developments in an intense 5-day manhunt, and as a result of an incredible amount of work dedicated by the law enforcement team standing here before you tonight. Every single agency brought their unique skills and expertise to this investigation. And we're motivated by the victims and survivors of this horrific incident. Even though the suspect was found dead tonight, our work is not done. There are many questions that need to be answered. There's a lot of evidence that needs to be processed, and most importantly, the victims and their families deserve special care and consideration. The FBI and our partners across Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire will continue to search for answers for the victims, survivors, and their families to see what motivated this individual to carry out such a senseless act of violence. From the onset of this critical incident, it's been all hands on deck. The FBI deployed approximately 500 special agents, analysts, task force officers, and support personnel to assist our partners in this investigation. In addition to this extra manpower, all our specialty teams were activated, including Evidence Response Team, SWAT, Divert, and Victim Services Response Team, just to name a few. A special thanks to you, the media, as well as to the community. My sincere thanks to Colonel Perez, Colonel Weaver, AG Nerona, Brown University PD, and all of our partners. This was truly a team effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Another critical partner at every step along the way was the ATF. I'd like to introduce Special Agent in Charge of the ATF, Tom Greco.
Good evening. My name is Tom Greco, the Special Agent in Charge of ATF Boston. From the moment 911 reports of the shooting at Brown University came through, there's been an around-the-clock effort to identify the perpetrator and to protect the community. The men and women of ATF, including our special agents, our intelligence research specialists, and our support personnel, have been proud to support and be part of that effort, leveraging our unique experience, dedicated investigators, canine handlers, and crime gun intelligence technology such as NIBIN, the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, to compare ballistic evidence, and our other available tools to support the investigation, and to help identify Claudio Neves Valente as the individual that we believe was responsible. ATF's mission, first and foremost, is to protect communities from violent crime. Each individual in this country deserves to live in peace and security in their homes, in their schools, in their places of worship, and in the streets. The actions of Claudio Neves Valente stole that right and terrorized the community. I'd like to emphasize to the public, this was a highly dangerous individual capable of extreme violence. And we're happy to have been part of this investigation and proud to have worked with our partners to identify him and see this through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From the very outset on Saturday, from our first press conference in the fire station to today, Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee has been by Providence's side every step of the way. The City of Providence is incredibly grateful for the governor's support, the state police, not just their assistance with the investigation, but in supporting the broader community. It's a pleasure to introduce Governor Dan McKee.
Thanks, Mayor, and clearly your staff, I feel the same way with the team that you have, that we were happily able to assist. And as a former mayor, many of here in the audience know that I've been a mayor, some don't, but I empathize and sympathize with the position that you were in and the fact that you needed people to follow the lead of the Providence Police and to partner in with some extraordinary people, whether it's with the FBI or the ATF, and of course our state police as well. From the very beginning, my thoughts as a dad was with the families who suffered from the shooting. The unthinkable happened in our state. The unthinkable happened in Providence. The unthinkable happened at Brown University. And we're going to be forever changed. But our commitment from the state level is to continue to support Providence, Brown, and the people of the state of Rhode Island in the recovery. That's going to take a great deal of time. But I do say this. The professionalism that I saw in the law enforcement should make everyone that lives in our state and beyond our borders feel very safe. These things happen, but it requires some professional help in law enforcement to bring it to the conclusion that we've been able to bring it to. So, Colonel, thank you, everybody involved. And again, we will stand with Providence and Brown University and the people of the state of Rhode Island to provide the help that will be needed in the recovery in a trauma like this.
Thank you, Governor. Throughout the year, the Rhode Island State Police is an incredible partner to Providence, but during this investigation, their support was invaluable. I introduce Colonel of the State Police, Colonel Weaver.
My name is Colonel Darnell Weaver, the Superintendent of the Rhode Island State Police. I want to begin by recognizing the excellent and exceptional efforts of the Providence Police Department and Colonel Oscar Perez. From the very first moments of this investigation, the Providence Police Department has worked collaboratively and relentlessly day and night on this investigation while protecting our capital city. Their detectives followed facts, developed evidence, and pursued every credible lead. Colonel Perez's leadership has been steady and decisive, focused on identifying the person responsible for this tragedy. As always, our troopers stepped up, working shoulder to shoulder with the Providence Police and our local, state, and federal partners. I want to give particular recognition to our detectives, whose diligence and dedication contributed to this investigation. Our detectives and division leadership operated as a unified team, sharing intelligence, resources, and expertise. This has truly been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, as virtually every trooper has taken extra shifts to help support the efforts in Providence, and I have never been prouder to be a member of the Rhode Island State Police. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the Rhode Island State Police, and this case stands out among one of the most challenging in our state's history. The sheer volume of digital evidence, the complexity of the investigation, and the intense public interest played an extraordinary demands on everyone involved. Despite that pressure, investigators remain disciplined, methodical, and focused on facts. We are grateful for the assistance of the public, particularly those who shared our information, provided tips, and gave us doorbell camera footage and access to their property. We are also thankful for the ongoing support of Rhode Islanders. We know that you have been with us through this entire investigation. I also want to be very clear about something else. Criminal investigations are grounded in evidence, not speculation or online commentary. The endless barrage of misinformation, disinformation, rumors, leaks, and clickbait were not helpful in this investigation. Distractions and unfounded criticisms do not support this work. They complicate it and threaten to undermine the justice we seek for the victims and the grieving families. Despite these challenges, good police work prevailed, and we have lessons that we can bring forward from these long days ahead. To the Brown University community and the people of Rhode Island, be assured that this case reflects the law enforcement community and what we are capable of, and that we are committed to this state. We will continue to support the victims and the broader community as the healing continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Providence is so proud to be home to Brown University, and we are committed to working together with them in the future as they help heal their community as we do our broader Providence community. We continue to give condolences to the deceased and our prayers to those who are recovering. The leader of Brown has been a great partner through this whole process. I'd like to introduce President Christina Paxson from Brown University.
Thank you. You know, nothing can really fully bring closure to the lives that have been shattered over the past week, but this may allow our community to move forward and begin a path of repair and recovery and healing. I want to thank the dedicated law enforcement agencies that have worked so tirelessly on this case, really around the clock, as well as our neighbors and others who participated in giving tips and helping with the investigation. We hope that this outcome tonight brings an increased sense of safety for our community at Brown and in the surrounding area. This has been a period of great fear and anxiety for many people, and now perhaps some form of relief. Truly, this week has been devastating for our community in a number of ways, including the experiences that members of our community have had with being targeted by online rumors and accusations. And I hope that this development also means an end to this truly troubling activity. So we remain focused on the safety and security of our community and in support for the victims of this senseless violence. Now, we know the public and our own Brown community members will want to know more about the individual now identified by law enforcement as the suspect in last weekend's shooting. And we can confirm the following to the best of our knowledge, based on our review in the very short time since law enforcement authorities made us aware of this development. And we provided this information to law enforcement as they build their case and wrap up the investigation. So Claudia Manuel Neves Valente was enrolled at Brown from the fall of 2000 to the spring of 2001. He was admitted to Brown's graduate school to study in the Master's of Science PhD program in physics, beginning on September 1st, 2000. And he took a leave of absence effective April 2001 before formally withdrawing effective July 31st, 2003. During his time at Brown, Nueves Valente was enrolled only in physics classes. The majority of physics classes at Brown have always been held within the Barris and Hawley classrooms and labs. Now, detailed records indicating where specific courses were held don't extend back to 2001. But we can say that physics classes typically require access to specialized equipment, including demonstration carts that are a fixed asset in some of Barris and Hawley classrooms. So I think it's safe to assume that this man, when he was a student, spent a great deal of time in that building for classes and other activities as a PhD student in physics. He has no current active affiliation with the university or campus presence. So again, we thank law enforcement and so many others for their extensive work on this case, day and night, and we look forward to a sense of restored safety for Brown, Providence, and the Rhode Island communities. Thank you.
Thank you, President Paxson. The last speaker, and then we will take your questions, is the Chief of the Brown Police Department, Chief Chapman. Remember, his officers were the first to respond on Saturday, and we are so grateful for both their immediate and heroic response and their partnership over the last 5 days. Chief.
I want to express my ongoing prayers and care and concern for our entire community. I certainly also want to acknowledge and thank the men and women of the Brown University Police and Public Safety for their efforts. As you see, this was a Herculean task and required a lot of collaboration and work. And our officers and our public safety personnel were shoulder to shoulder with these assets. I do want to also thank all of you who have helped citizens and law enforcement. That partnership and collaboration means the world to us, and we couldn't have gotten there without you. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We'll now open up to questions. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What led authorities to link the incidents between Brown University and MIT?
Yeah, I can get
And I can follow up to that.
Yeah, I'll start. I'll just tell you that a lot of the information and evidence that we ended up gathering linked us to a connection up in Massachusetts, but obviously at the MIT. But I feel a respect to the authorities in Mass as well as the FBI that's for them to comment. But I'll tell you that the groundwork that started in the city of Providence by our detectives, the detective division under the command of Major LaPayan, as well as the federal partners that we had in our room upstairs, and ATF, the FBI, led us to that connection. And so that was great work.
Special FBI, well, does FBI want to weigh in on that? And then I have a follow-up.
I think through that particular link that you're talking about, that case is being worked out of Massachusetts, with the leadership of U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. I believe that they're having a press conference today as well, where they'll reveal more to the general public at that time. I'd be remiss to start and kind of talk on this, to let them kind of have first dibs to kind of be the ones to tell the public about those particular links.
And your
But your follow-up, sir.
As for the second person who came forward, what did that person tell you, and did that person know the shooter?
So yeah, obviously I had mentioned at the last press conference that it was a person that we wanted to speak with. The work of the video collections that we had led us to identify that there was a person that actually encountered this individual. So it corroborated everything that we saw. We saw a person of interest. We saw that there was a vehicle involved. When this person came in, broke the case in the sense that explained to us exactly what we thought we had seen and put that individual at the crime scene. Obviously, that was the break, because we knew that we were in the right direction to ensure that we were going after this individual. Obviously, took his life.
Colonel.
Go ahead. Steve.
Thank you, Mayor. Did Mr. Valenti act alone, and is there an anti-Semitism component behind this, do you expect?
As far as we know, Steve, he acted alone.
And is there an anti-Semitism component to this?
No, that we know of, no.
John.
Colonel, what was the events that led to the storage facility? So was he pursued there? Did he know authorities were going after him? When was he last alive? Like, how did that play out?
So it plays out in the sense that I just stated, we collected all the evidence. We were able to learn that there was a rental vehicle. We learned about that vehicle. There was financial records that were verified by the FBI, obviously, and other agencies. I'm sorry, actually. So another agency, so multiple agencies that verified financial records that brought us to that site to know that he had actually rented a site at the storage unit, and then we ended up in Salem.
In a follow-up.
Yeah.
When he did that, did he know authorities were coming, or did he just go and, like, how long had he been in that storage unit?
That we're not aware of, John, in the sense that all we knew is that we were on a manhunt, and that's what he led us to. So.
Amanda.
Oh, thanks. Chief, I have some questions for you about Claudio. So he graduated, he did graduate. He was at Brown more than 20 years ago. His last known address was in Miami, but now he's here at Brown University, potentially also at MIT. What do you know about what brought him up here?
There's going to be unknown answers that we have no answer as far as that. Obviously, came up here and committed this horrific incident and this tragedy, and that's all we knew. Our mission was to ensure that we could find him and bring him to justice, but yeah, no. At this point, correct.
And my follow-up is of the evidence that you've collected. Have you collected the handgun that you believe was used in the shooting? Have you collected any type of manifesto or evidence? Have you planned for shooting?
So as far as I know, that's the FBI evidence recovery team is up in Salem, New Hampshire, and they're collecting whatever evidence is up there. This happened just now, as before we came up here.
Bill.
Any criminal history, political affiliations, any social media posts, anything of that sort that you can report to us about Mr. Valenti?
Nothing that I know of, Steve.
Behind him. Go ahead, white shirt.
Is there any indication that Mr. Valenti was planning any future attacks?
Nothing that we know of, no.
In the way back.
Special Agent Docs, can you also tell us if the connection, I know you said you can't talk too much about the MIT, but the fact that it was a physics professor at MIT and in the physics building and he was studying physics, have you tied all that up, and does that lead, why target one person in Massachusetts and then a whole class here in Providence?
Yes, it is true that Mr. Valenti was a physics student. Also, we know that the MIT, the victim there, was in that discipline as well. I will tell you that there's multiple phases to an investigation, and so now, in a sense that we know the subject is deceased. Now that investigation continues to find out all of those answers to your question, sir.
Did you go to school with a professor? Did you go to school with a professor who was killed? Can Brown answer that?
It is believed that in Lisbon that those two individuals attended the same university in Portugal.
You have a follow-up in the back.
En español, si nos pudiera decir también unas palabras, ya sea ahorita o cuando se termine.
Muy poquito.
Go for it.
But,
Sorry, empiezo desde el principio.
Lo que nos pueda resumir acerca del caso, ¿qué fue lo que conllevó a que ustedes pudieran dar con el paradero del sospechoso y las conexiones que tuvieron? ¿Cómo llegaron a rastrearlo y más que nada a qué atribuye todo esto?
So the question was if I can briefly explain how we got to this individual and what occurred. So, verdaderamente lo que pasó, obviamente el incidente del sábado 13 nos llevó a tomar evidencias, colectar evidencias de videos, de informaciones, y expliqué que es muy importante el trabajo de los policías y los detectives en el piso, haciendo el trabajo duro, recolectando videos, recolectando testimonios. En este tipo de casos recibimos información, obviamente, de los videos que colectamos. Nos dimos cuenta que había un vehículo de interés y una persona de interés desde el principio. Eso nos llevó a después informarnos de la placa del carro, la descripción del carro, y eso nos llevó a darnos cuenta de que esa persona había rentado el vehículo en una compañía en Massachusetts. Después de que fuimos a Massachusetts, cogimos videos de la persona. Esa persona era en la misma descripciones de la persona de interés de nosotros acá en la ciudad de Providence. De ahí pasamos con los agentes federales a investigar un poco más y llegamos a los récords financieros que nos llevó a Salem, New Hampshire, en esta noche. Allá hubo una entrada táctica del equipo del FBI y encontramos que esta persona se había quitado la vida ellos mismos. Ahora estamos investigando más si hay algo que necesitamos saber más de él.
Alex.
Colonel or McKee, is there a note or manifesto of some kind, and is that providing any information about a motive or anything that they might have done in the investigation?
Again, the FBI recovery team and forensics are up in Salem, New Hampshire. At this point, we don't have any of that.
Any indication of why now? What's the significance behind why this happened on Saturday?
That we don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we know the answer to that question. I think there's a lot of unknowns with respect to motive. I mean, I think that the real issue here is the key was to identify this person, as we talked about yesterday. I think there are other answers that are coming, but once we were able to identify him, thanks to that individual who came forward, who led us to a plate, which led us to a rental car, which led us to that he rented that car in his own name, that really broke the case open. But in terms of why Brown, I think that is a mystery. I think there may be something going on in Massachusetts that I'm not fully familiar with because we're working this angle, but I think the Massachusetts authorities may be able to share that. Yeah, I don't think we have any idea why now or why Brown, why these students, why this classroom. That is really unknown to us, and it may become clear. I hope that it does, but it hasn't as of right now.
Fox, go
This
ahead.
is for the Colonel or the Attorney General. At 2:16, there was a surveillance video that showed the second person that apparently blew this case wide open, and also Mr. Valente. You see them disappear behind bushes. Was this second person following the shooter? Did he recognize him and confront him? What was that interaction like? And I have a follow-up.
That's a great question, and I'll explain in the affidavit that the general stated it will be released. But I'll give you a brief sort of explanation about that. The person that we wanted to speak with had an interaction with this individual earlier in the day, then observed him later at that time where you just stated, and decided that he was going to encounter him and asked him why he was inside Brown. At that point, the subject of interest, Neves, actually ran. He was caught up by our person that we wanted to speak with. There was sort of a conversation between the two of them, and Neves asked him, "Why are you harassing me?" And at that point, the person that broke the case walked away. And that information was critical to us because he was able to corroborate what our detectives were seeing on video, and he was able to provide a great explanation.
And my follow-up question
Yes.
is, why did it take a citizen to notice a suspicious person right next to Brown University and not the police? And also, how long was the vehicle parked where it was? And was it days, hours, minutes? What are we talking
It appeared to be days as far as the evidence. Why would a civilian observe that to be suspicious? It's a great point. And I like the fact that you're mentioning that and bringing that up. That's what we should all be doing, right? And it's just personality. Some people are more interested in finding out what others are doing. In this particular case, this person decided that he wanted to, and I'm glad he did.
Should the police be interested in that, not citizens? That's what I was
In the back.
Now that the suspect, Attorney General, now that the suspect won't be prosecuted, can you explain what he yelled in the classroom to America tonight so people can
Sure.
feel a little more comfortable?
Sure.
Was it something, terrorist related? Was it something specific to the kids in that class?
Yeah.
What did he say? Can you now tell
Yeah,
us?
well, back to that question just for a minute, just to clarify that. They had a interaction in the bathroom in Barris and Holly. So, I don't know, the Providence Police is obviously not going to patrol Barris and Holly. That's a question frankly, for Brown and their police department. So they had an interaction there, and then our citizen, followed him out because to him, as he explained it to us, this guy did not belong there. And so that's why he followed him out. In terms of what was said, I don't know any more today than what I told you yesterday, or the day before. There are some witnesses who said he said nothing. There are some that say he made a barking noise. Don't ask me. I don't know why. And that's it. There is no other spoken word beyond that we are aware of as we stand before you tonight. And we have spoken to everybody that we have been able to locate who's been inside that building.
And just to the special agent in charge, my follow-up question is, can you just be clear to the people of Massachusetts, and I know you said the people in Norfolk County and investigators and Mass, but you did say a few days ago that you talked to the colonel of the state police and said there was no connection between Brookline and what happened here in Rhode Island. But now you're saying there was a connection, so are you saying that he shot up Brown University, then 2 days later he was at this house in Brookline to shoot this MIT professor, and then he just drove up to Salem, New Hampshire for no reason? How did he get into a storage facility?
No, I think that's a great question. My actual statement was that we didn't see a connection at that time. But absolutely, I spoke to the colonel. Right now, that case is being resided over by U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. They're having a press conference at 10 o'clock tonight, I believe. I think at that time, they will speak to that particular case. I would be getting a little bit ahead of my skis if I spoke to that case without consultation with Leah Foley and her team, as we've been in the trenches working this up to the minute today, sir.
I guess 2 days ago you didn't know they were connected. Now you're saying they appear to be.
Yes, and that's how cases often go. I would say at that time, when that question was asked of me, there was no indication of a link at that time. As we've talked throughout this week, these breadcrumbs develop, and we'll see what she has to say today at 10 p.m.
Yeah, if I could I just want to jump in here on that, please. I just want to jump in here on that because it's a good question. It's an important one. So just to put everyone's mind at ease who's listening now, he didn't just drive to some random storage area. We found records with the help of the FBI and others that was his storage area. So he rented a car in Boston. He drove it. We were able to find that car in New Hampshire. We were able to find evidence in the car from looking at it from the outside that connected this individual to our crime scene here in Rhode Island. We were able to find visual evidence of him inside that storage facility, which, in my judgment, matches him to the Massachusetts scene. So you'll hear more, as the special agent said, but there is no question that was his storage unit, that he had a particular car, that we found that car because of this citizen coming forward and giving us a description of the car, and then our individual who came forward, we knew he was telling the truth because we could see it on the videotape. And so that was a series of things that broke this case, and that led us to Salem, where the suspect was found dead.
Staff. Believed to be living in Miami. Did he fly here at some point? How long was he in Providence for, and when did he obtain the guns?
Go ahead.
Yeah, he did, like I said, he'll be in the affidavit, but he did fly into Providence, I believe, early October, I believe. That's the right date. And what was the other question? I'm sorry, Steph.
Did he buy the guns here, or where did he get the guns?
So I'm sorry, I can't answer. Yeah.
We don't know the answer to that, Steph, as we stand here right now.
Okay, you can't fly with them, so assuming you got them sometime after he arrived.
Well, that's possible. What we do know is that he was moving around New England in that October, November and December area. You remember, we just we know that there's a body in New Hampshire. We know that there are guns at the scene. It still remains to be examined, comparing those guns to the ballistics evidence we have in Rhode Island, and I imagine they'll do that in Massachusetts, but again, that's somebody else's investigation. And then, of course, we want to make sure that we match the DNA. But we are 100% confident that this is our target, and that this case is closed from a perspective of pursuing people involved.
And Steph, just to add, I think Special Agent Doc stated, obviously we didn't know who he was. And so it's very difficult to know what a person did prior without any knowledge of who that person is.
Dan. Can I just ask Special Agent this question? It sounds like from everything everybody's saying that the person who came forward to speak to you is kind of the hero in this story in a lot of ways.
Absolutely.
We know that there's a $50,000 reward.
Mm-hmm.
Did he get the reward?
You know, I will say that in this particular situation, that individual will likely get absolutely some aspect out of that award. We've had a lot of other tips, I will tell you as well, that have come in from the public, and so I don't deal typically with the distribution of those rewards. But I mean, it would be logical to think that absolutely that individual would be entitled to some of that reward. Yes, sir.
Second row, red shirt. Go ahead. Yeah, you.
Thank you. Fox News Digital. Do we know when or how the suspect left Providence? For the Colonel.
Well, we know he left Providence and committed a homicide in another state. On that, but we don't know. I'm sorry, how did he leave?
No, do we know when he left Providence?
Yeah, when he left. That's what as far as we know that he left, but we didn't. I believe his last activity was obviously when we found out he was in another state committing another crime.
Pat.
Pat Ford, Coalition Radio. I'll throw this out to all of you, with particular regards to the Brown University president. A recurring theme for the last few days has been an outreach, ultimately successful, to the people of Rhode Island and the people of New England to track this individual down. While at the same time, we've got this sort of passive-aggressive criticism of individuals who are being actively asked to engage via social media, who are wildly spreading rumors, some of which couldn't have possibly emanated anywhere than law enforcement. And I do have a follow-up. So would anyone like to respond to that? I mean, it's kind of condescending to a lot of people. I know, Governor McKee, you're confused. That's not uncommon. But the...
All right, that's uncalled for. All right, we're moving on. Current. No,
the person
current.
Who came forward with the case-breaking tip, was that information originally posted online? Or was that person encouraged to come forward based on what people online have?
Correct. There was a tip that was placed online, and obviously we were doing our due diligence to find out who that tipster was. And then we were able to identify this person who we wanted to speak with, and then we learned that that person was actually the same person that put the tip on that up that you're speaking about.
Brian.
I'm sorry?
Does that person live in the area?
It was the same person that we brought into the police station to speak with.
The images that you showed at the beginning, where you can see Mr. Valente's face, where were those images taken from?
They were taken from the car rental business place that we learned about.
None
That.
of them were Brown.
No.
President Paxson, if you could, the situation is described that you had the suspected gunman and this other person had an encounter in the engineering building hours before the shooting. I had been told by an employee that there had been concerns raised at Brown previously about people getting in the building. Have you heard those, and was anything done to address those concerns about people getting into the building?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I think we're going to have to look back and say, you know, we don't know how this person got in. We don't know when they came in. We do know that the building was unlocked that day for exams, and that's something we're going to have to
Had
look
you heard
into.
concerns from staff members in the past?
I
about
have
security in
not
the building?
personally heard concerns, but, yeah.
Dan.
President Paxson, Dan Jay from NBC 10. I want to go back to the question I asked you Saturday night when I first arrived on the scene. There were no cameras in this building. And law enforcement, some that are standing up behind you, have said if Brown had cameras in that part of the building, we would have gotten this guy. And it may have stopped this swirling action. Can you answer that question for me?
Well, I don't think we have said the locations of cameras at Brown.
But there's no cameras in that building, because why would they take it from a rental car agency?
We have 1,200 cameras at Brown.
But not in that building.
We have some in that building. It's a large complex. And I think what you would see is the video evidence in this case, from my perspective, I'm not a law enforcement agent, has been incredibly helpful. The moving of the person around the neighborhood, those video images, they help crack this case. So I think video was important. And as the Attorney General explained at a recent press conference, this individual was not spending his time on the Brown campus. He came into a building on the edge of the campus. He left. He was in the neighborhoods. The investigation focused on the neighborhoods. The video was there. And that was really, really instrumental in cracking the case. But you can ask them.
And this is my follow-up, Madam President, if you'd say at the podium. Yes, video played a big role in this case. The neighbor's video, the rental car video, but not the video from the building that he walked in freely both before when he got in a confrontation and when he came back in and decided to kill people. You didn't have cameras in that building. Just say it so we can get this over it. And my next question is, will you put cameras in the building? Will there be more cameras in that building?
Yeah, you know, I think we need to look back. We'll look at everything that is done, but I do not think a lack of cameras in that building it had anything to do with what happened there. And we will go forward. Thank you.
Chris. Tom.
Tom Quinlan, WPRO. Colonel Perez, I'm hearing from sources that the person that identified the shooter happened to be a homeless person that either lived around or inside that Barris and Holly building. Can you confirm more about this person for us? And then I have a follow-up for President Paxson.
I'll tell you there was a person that was pretty attentive about his surroundings. I'll tell you there was a person that was very cooperative and helpful to this investigation. And I'll tell you that he was a great individual that actually assisted us in getting us to this point where we're at. I'll tell you that. He was, yes.
I have to say, he was incredibly articulate, and his testimony, had we needed it, would not only have been credible, it would have been persuasive. He was as outstanding a witness as I've seen, and he deserves a lot of credit. You know, recognizing there's a gunman on the loose, that the gunman knows he had this interaction with him, and he didn't, once he knew that we were looking for his help, I mean, he came forward within an hour. And that person deserves a tremendous amount of credit. I don't know whether he's going to get the reward or not, but if I had a vote, he would.
All right, Tom, you got to follow. Are you done? Go ahead.
My question was for Chair Chapman, if you wouldn't mind. In October, the Brown Daily Herald reported that you had a vote of no confidence in your leadership, and students were concerned for their safety and the fact that you had prioritised desk jobs over having over field jobs and having more people patrolling the campus. Now, in light of this, do you accept any kind of responsibility for this? And now that we've given these prior warnings, are you going to reevaluate how the Brown Police operate in the future now, so this doesn't happen again and these students can feel more safe on campus when they return?
Right. So as I stated earlier, I'm profoundly proud of the men and women of public safety and profoundly proud of our police department. We will continue with the heroic work that they've done and continue to work side by side with our partners. And everything else that comes with that is a continual effort to do what is best for the safety and security of our campus.
But will you reassess how the people are allocated within your department?
Every single day, we work and endeavor to keep our campus safe, whatever that entails and all that entails.
In the back.
Yes, Timothy. I was wondering, I have this question for the Colonel. Can you talk about, you said that 2 weapons were found in Valencia's car. Is that one of those weapons, the gun that was used to shoot here at Brown? Has that weapon been found? Can you speak to that?
That's all part of this continuing investigation. This just before we came downstairs, actually, as you all were watching, that was developing up in Salem, New Hampshire.
Can you say that the weapons were purchased?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, those firearms were found at the deceased body not in a car. So he killed himself inside the storage unit, and the firearms were found at his in the area of his thigh and in the area of his feet. It was not in a car. There was evidence that was observed from outside the car that matched our crime scenes, meaning mask, clothing, satchel, which you can see on that video. And there was a main plate over a Florida plate. This guy was changing plates. One of the reasons it was so hard to find was he knew what he was doing. He was changing plates. And so, that's why the collective work of following and finding this car was made more difficult, because this guy was changing plates. So we got a main plate and we got a Florida plate on the same car in New Hampshire.
Patrick.
As he was a...
Oh, I'm sorry. Especially,
I was just going to add.
please.
Tom Greco again from ATF. It's okay. As far as the ballistics evidence, I know that the last question concerned matching the guns found to the crime scene. As several people up here have said, this investigation is ongoing, and in many ways, in some ways, just beginning. Those weapons that were found at the scene, we will be using our tools such as NIBIN to compare the ballistic evidence to see if we have any matches. So we use those tools to rule things in and to rule them out as well. So we'll be following up on that throughout the remainder of the investigation.
Patrick.
Neves Valente was a Portuguese national. Under what status was he in the country, and how did he get into the country? Do we know at this point? And I have a follow-up after that.
You have that,
Yeah.
Oscar?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I do. So as far as we know, he had a student visa. He had came in here with a student visa, and we also had learned that he had applied to get a green card.
Do we know, and for President Paxson, does Brown have
And Patrick, if I could just be clear on that, he got that lawful permanent resident status in September of 2017.
Thank you. I was going to ask, but then, and for President Paxson, has Brown had any communication from Neves Valente in the period after he left until now?
As far as I know, no. He has really gone off our radar. We will continue to cooperate with the police as they continue with the investigation to find anything we can find about him. But his last class that he took at Brown was in 2001.
Straight back.
This question's for the Colonel or the Attorney General. If you hadn't focused on the wrong person of interest on day one, do you think the professor in Massachusetts could be alive?
Well, from the beginning, I've told you that this investigation is extremely complex and intense. And so we used every resource as soon as we responded to the call. I stated that earlier. I'm proud of the men and women of this department. Yes, we did find somebody that we thought obviously was the person, but we continued on. We continued on investigating. We continued on canvassing the areas. We continued on with video. And that's why we ended up where we're at now.
Yeah, if I could just jump in here, I just want to continue to answer that question. It's an important one, and the answer to that is this. And I tried to convey it a couple of days ago. We broke ourselves out into teams. So while the Providence team and the state police team and the ATF team were working here in Providence to follow up leads, develop whatever video evidence we can, which eventually led to all the steps that you've seen and are laid out in the affidavit, which is on our website, and it is multiple pages. You'll see the progression. So while the FBI were working Coventry, we were working here. Now, you may ask, well, what was it about Coventry that made us, for those of us who've been in law enforcement for a long time, why did we have to run that lead to ground? Here's why. When the FBI confronted him, initially, he was not cooperative. When they entered the room to secure it, there were guns in the room. One of them had a laser sight. The witnesses had told us there was a laser sight used in the course of the attack. Okay, we had to run that to ground. We couldn't just, not run that to ground. That was a very promising lead. But that's why you don't get over your skis about, and word choice is important. So while we had to test those ballistics and test the DNA off those guns, and that DNA ruled this guy out, okay? But we had to run that lead to ground. But while we're running that lead to ground over the course of Sunday, for the most part, my memory's correct, we were working other leads, which eventually led us through a recreation by the great work of the team, including the marshals, by the way, that are up here. Movements, image of our cooperating witness, witness comes in, and you've heard the rest. So you know, this is the way these investigations work. You don't chase one and stop. We have chased more than one lead over the course of the last 4 to 5 days. There was one lead that we followed, didn't work out. There was another lead that we followed, didn't work out. There was another lead that we followed, didn't work out. So that's, at least in my mind, 5 different leads that one worked out, 4 didn't. But you're running them all down at the same time. So I can't offer any comfort in that regard. But I don't believe that we would have found this person any sooner, given the evidence that was available to us.
We're way back.
Can you say why it took so long to get the tipster's tip? It looks like he posted on Reddit on Monday and then said on Reddit that he told the FBI. Was it lost in the FBI's tip?
We received the tip about that post and immediately acted on it. And so that's exactly what occurred. As soon as the tip came in, we had a tip center upstairs that was staffed, as I mentioned earlier, by detectives and agents. They were going through hundreds of tips that were coming in, hundreds. We were vetting them through, ruling them out, just like the general stated. We were making sure that whatever came in, we checked it to its entire to ensure that we weren't missing anything. And so when we got to that tip, obviously, it led us to that person that we wanted to speak with, and I told you the rest earlier. So.
Yeah, and I want to complete that too, because this is important. This person had to come forward. That's why we put the picture out. Once we put the picture out, he came forward, right? But we didn't know who that person was. We knew about what was on Reddit, but we didn't know who that person was. That's why when we identified another person, we didn't know when that person came forward that he was the Reddit poster. He then told us he was. Okay, so all of these things kind of happened in that sequence.
Go ahead, Chris.
This Valente figure, this is a question for President Paxson. Do we know why he left school early in 2001? Did he have a history of mental illness that was expressed during that time or recorded in that time?
No, we learned his name very, very recently, and we haven't had a chance to really dig into the records. But we will if it helps with the investigation.
This is another question.
We're going to follow up question.
This is another question about a student visa. You said he's here on a student visa now. What school is he affiliated with? If he's here,
General,
yeah. So he's not here on a student visa now. He was initially, and then he applied for and received lawful permanent resident status in September of 2017. Okay.
Go right here.
What was Mr. Valente's profession, and have you searched his residence?
Again, as I stated earlier, we just identified who obviously that person, and this developed pretty quickly. So that's all part of the investigation that's coming.
And can you talk about, was there any interaction between him and law enforcement before he died?
No, not that we know.
I have a follow-up to her.
There you
And
go.
that is,
Do you know any associates of his, family members, friends, roommates, and if there are any in the United States, did any of them come forward through the process of this investigation?
No, not at this time. This evolved extremely quickly. We've been at this for 6 days. And so here we are, and we now identify who the person is. We're about to make an apprehension. As I stated earlier, he took his own life. But that's all part of the investigation that will continue about him. Go ahead.
Okay, so for President Paxson, Chief Burrows said he had no known criminal history that you know of. You were asked about possible mental illness while he was here. When he was at Brown, did he have any grievances, disputes with anyone, any problems, any disciplinary issues, any problems at all that were documented?
Not that we know of at this point. I mean, again, these are very, very old records, you have to understand. We learned about this very recently. And I think going forward, as we want to learn more, we will cooperate with the investigation to give them the information they need.
Go ahead, in the white shirt.
Hi, Brittany, WCBB. This question is for Colonel Perez. You mentioned that Claudio was the primary suspect, primary focus from the beginning. If that's the case, can you elaborate more on why there was someone else detained initially, and the lead that led you to that person to being detained initially, if Claudio was the primary focus from the beginning?
Yeah, so...
And I have a follow-up.
Sure, Brittany. Great question. So we have received a tip about that first person. We have received a tip about him wanting to get a permit to carry a firearm. And that led us to also learn that he was a person who potentially could be, it was just where he was denied and then he went to another department, and the descriptions led us there. So we ended up, we had it vetted through. Obviously, the FBI responded, followed through that whole tip, ended up finding the person, taking him to custody, finding him with 2 firearms, with a laser. And so it took a while for us to be able to rule him out. But it was a tip that came in. And as I stated earlier, as soon as the call came in, it was all hands on deck. And there was nothing that we were just going to say that is not anything that have to do with it, with this case. Obviously, we wanted to make an apprehension, and we went after that. So.
Yeah, I just want to, if I could just jump in here, Mayor, I'm sorry to do that, but I think I heard you say that Mr. Valenti was the suspect from the start.
Primary focus.
No, he became their primary focus yesterday at around this time. This name was not known to us until yesterday. So when our cooperator came in last night, we were able to track the car, get the name, and then we were in the position of today, do we push that name out so that you can help us find this guy, or do we think we know where he is? And so that was the balance. That was that back and forth analysis in our minds, collective investigative team minds, was going on today. But his name did not come to us until yesterday. As I said yesterday, until you have the name, which we did not have until yesterday, after our press conference together, that's when this thing heated up. As soon as you have a name, I believe you can find anybody in this country. And the fact that this team was able to do it in around 24 hours, I think is a tribute to them, their hard work, around the clock, to do exactly what we have been talking about doing, which is how long is it going to take? And it took, roughly 5 days. And that's a tribute to them.
Brittany, if I could just clarify further on that. So what I meant, obviously, it was that the image that we released within hours of that person of interest that was walking on Waterman Avenue and around the corner, that was sent out within minutes. That became a primary focus of the investigation of that person of interest.
Yes. If I may, my follow-up. I believe it's that the last address for Valenti was in Miami.
Correct.
Have law enforcement in Miami been notified? Are they searching this last address for any potential evidence?
No, Brittany, absolutely. Yes, that address, I believe, was one that predicated in 2001. And so, absolutely, the law enforcement agencies, both federal and local, were notified of that. They also went to that residence as well, also talked to the individuals that was at that particular residence to see if they had any type of connections or associations with Valenti.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
In the way back.
Question for Coronel Perez, I'm sorry. For Univision in Spanish, you can handle. What's next? Do you have any leads on the motives? Como acaba de preguntar la colega, ¿ya registraron la vivienda en la Florida? ¿Qué es lo que viene ahora? Si es que saben cuál fue su motivo para matar a esta persona.
Sí, vamos a seguir. So the question was, what's next, right? What are we going to do next? And so la respuesta es que vamos a seguir, obviamente, trabajando con las organizaciones federales y también entre nosotros buscando esa inteligencia de quién es esa persona, qué motivo lo trajo aquí a la ciudad de Providence a cometer esta tragedia, este incidente. Pero eso va a tomar tiempo verdaderamente y vamos a tener que averiguar y averiguar más para ver qué fue el motivo que llegó a esta ciudad.
¿Tienen alguna pista de qué podría haber sido? ¿Qué es lo que van a estar buscando ahora?
No, hasta el momento no. Esto obviamente, como acabo de explicar ahorita, lo identificamos hace poco.
Go ahead. Right there.
What brought investigators specifically to New Hampshire? Does this person have a connection to New Hampshire? And they said that the storage unit was in
So it was the financial records that the federal agency followed through the investigation that led us to learn that this person had rented there, a storage unit. And so we responded immediately, and we found that the vehicle that we were looking for of interest was parked there.
Kate, go ahead.
Chief, can you speak a little bit more to that, again, identification of the vehicle of interest, the person who did that? And as you said, there was video captured. Could you walk us through that aspect of this? Was this the witness who provided to you the vehicle? Can you walk us through how that vehicle of interest entered the investigation? And then I have a follow-up.
Correct, yeah, it was part of the tip that was posted actually, and then also the tipster had called and had stated that this individual had a fob and was trying to enter a vehicle that was parked on Benevolent. And so because of that, we obviously knew there was a vehicle and there was a description of a vehicle. When we brought him in, he collaborated further on that vehicle. We put it out through Flock, the description of it, and we learned that within that time period, there was only a certain amount of vehicles that came up with those description fitting it. So our detectives obviously stayed on that and ended up finding this vehicle with Florida plates, and that's how we ended up with that specific vehicle. Then we had learned that the vehicle also potentially could have changed their plates, and as I stated earlier, we were able to find the vehicle on Flock, actually get the actual plate, learn that it was a car rental, which brought us up to learn that, that we needed to learn more at the rental place about the individual, which we did. And then further later, we find out, again, doing all the work that they did upstairs, I think it was tremendous too. If you had a chance and an opportunity to see how much work was put in, because it was bits and pieces of information. It's almost like putting a puzzle together. You only have just a few pieces, and you're building it. And that, later on, led us with the financial records to learn that he rented a storage unit in New Hampshire, and that's why we ended up.
And as a follow-up to that one for the Chief or the Attorney General, you mentioned, again, weighing that public interest versus the information that was available to law enforcement at the time, as this person, again, considered armed and potentially dangerous, was out there. The Chief just spoke to license plates changing on a variety of moments, if you will. But was it too fast moving? Talk to us about weighing again that providing information to the public with an armed and dangerous individual and vehicle use that involved multiple license plates, and your decision not to sort of real time inform the public of
Yeah, so we knew last night, who this guy was and that he had rented a car in Boston. So the question becomes, is he going to return the car to Boston? We got information he might return it to Connecticut. He didn't return it at all. But when we thought he might be returning it to the information, to the locations, we wanted to try to take him without him knowing we were coming. As soon as his name gets out there, he is going to be even more in the wind. And so the question becomes, if you think you might know where he is, right, eventually you find a storage unit, right, so you're following that up. But initially you think he might return the car to Boston on Atlantic Avenue, I believe, or in Connecticut, perhaps to board a flight somewhere. You're weighing, can I take this guy, because we know where he's going to be, and not alert him that we're coming. And so I would say this afternoon, we were going back and forth on that. But as the FBI and the ATF and our other partners, Providence Police, State Police, developed evidence as to where he was. Ultimately, in New Hampshire, we decided to pursue to that location. And there we found the car with those multiple plates that we were looking for, a Florida plate and a Maine plate on top of it.
Right there, go ahead.
That DNA evidence, where was that tested, and also the firearms examination? We've had some trouble with the state lab here. Where were those?
I just wanted to touch real quick, and I know ITF is going to be able to answer you that, but that's a great question, Mark. And the reason for that is because when the incident first happened, it was our BCI unit that responded and collected that DNA and protected the integrity of that DNA and sent it out.
Thank you. The evidence collected, the DNA and the firearms were sent to the Connecticut State Police Lab. They had the best local capabilities to handle that type of evidence and do those type of examinations.
Mark, did you follow up? You're good.
Thank
you. Wheeler, go ahead.
So is there an understanding of how he got to get the rental car in Boston, or what his movements were in the days and weeks before the shooting?
So if there's an understanding how he got to Boston to rent the car, is that?
Yeah, like where was he in the days and the weeks before this?
Yeah, so we're not sure about that, obviously, because we all started acting on this investigation when the incident happened, and that's when we started to follow through to learn more about it. So.
And remember, we didn't have his name until last night, so I think we'll know more about his movements as we're able to track that name. But the critical thing was, once we knew his name, was where is he right now? Certainly, going backwards, we're going to want to know how he got into the country, when he got here, and all that. But today's mission was get him off the streets where he poses a danger to Rhode Islanders and ultimately the people of New England.
How close were law enforcement to him when he took his own life? Were they closing in on him? Were they minutes away, seconds away from him?
Yeah, I don't think we know that yet. I mean, I think there will have to be a autopsy done to figure out when he took his life. What we do know is that he signed into that place, but we didn't see him coming out. So I would say at that point, I think, the instinct, at least that I had, was that he had taken his own life. But certainly, if he came out, he would have been arrested. I mean, he was, that site had been secured by the FBI.
And go ahead right there, please.
You mentioned shell casings in the hallway. Did he start in the classroom and then move to the hallway? Can you elaborate?
It looks like as soon as he entered, he started firing. We found over 44 rounds that were fired into the classroom, and that's all actually listed in the affidavit. I really want to have some respect for the family, for the victims and the students. I think that there is no reason for us to stand here and re-victimize anybody. If I was a father and I'm watching right now, I think it would re-victimize me even more. So I really want to pay some respect on some of the questions that you asked. If you.
Did the gun jam in the shooting? Did the gun jam during the shooting?
I'm going to end with one last. I'm going to end with
How
one.
much money it cost this investigation? Brown going to reimburse the money to the city and the state, and she going to give some money to the gentleman, they give the license plate number, the homeless person.
So-
I think Brown deserves to give money to that person.
Thank you for the question. I will say I can't speak for other agencies. On behalf of the City of Providence, we have not yet assessed what the cost of this investigation. Let me finish my answer. We have not yet assessed what the cost. Ronaldo, we're done. Okay. Listen, one last positive announcement. As has been said multiple times, the investigation continues. I know there's lots of question around motive and otherwise. The individuals here are still hard at work. Yesterday, we gave an update with respect to the survivors. I'm happy to say that one condition was upgraded, and now all 6 survivors are in stable condition. It is important to not lose fact of the fact that 6 people are still in the hospital who I know would welcome our prayers. This has been a traumatic moment for our community. I hope that today's announcement starts the healing process and provides some closure for that. As the governor, I think, very eloquently stated, lots of people are going to leave town today, but the rest of us will all still be here, and we're going to have a long road ahead. And I know that what we do best as Rhode Islanders is support one another. I know this community will support one another to move forward after the worst act of violence that any of us can remember. The press has played an important role in helping us push out information and get to this moment today. We're very grateful for all of you. I'm sure some people will be willing to talk after the press conference. Thank you all for your time.
Has President Trump reached out to anybody on the team to congratulate them?
Appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. Chris, thanks. Governor, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, sir. Thank you. Governor, thanks.